Yes, well, come on in. I hope you're good. How was your Tuesday? Tuesday is the day. Tuesday was the day. How was your Tuesday? I've had a bit of a hard time figuring out what day it is. Earlier today, I thought today was Friday. I was like, okay, cool. Today's Friday, so that means that tomorrow is gym day, it's Saturday, and so on. And I'm like, I don't, I, yeah. I tried to do something and then it broke, so I reverted everything. So I didn't commit anything on your side. Um, but there were IDs. There were some IDs. What did you do? Um, Also, did you check the design branch that I did last time? That was the biggest of the questions. Because that's the thing that we did on Monday, and then I don't know if we did anything else. Um, but yeah, no, I tried to do something basically with the sidebar of the channels. I wanted to have a behavior that is very similar to this behavior of arc. So obviously this is going to be kind of complicated to read if I'm not like right here. But right now the sidebar is fully open. If I close it, when I'm reaching like near the edge, it's going to pop up. It's a bit strong. Stony, hi, welcome on in. How are you? It's a bit like very much on the edge, but I kind of wanted to have something very similar to this, and I tried and it didn't work, so I have reverted. That's that's what happened. Stony, for you, the title of today's stream is for you. It don't work. It no worky. It not at all. And I don't know which one. Oh, well, welcome on in. I don't know which one you're talking about. That's the thing. I don't know if it's this one, if it's this one, if it's the design one, because I also took the design one. Um, so it I don't fucking know. It's just this one looked better, but the redirect doesn't work, and because I don't have Docker and .NET, I can't use it, and I can't have that running while I'm streaming. And this one doesn't work in the slightest. Like blank page, um, an error with flat list, which is a React package thingy, and then an error with the images that are in it. So it makes no fucking sense. Malcolm, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? You haven't been here like a week or months. uh, I also regret you used and chose React Native. I hate it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Chris, welcome on in. How's the day going? So yeah, I tried. It's a pain in the ass. Um, but it's fine. And yeah. I don't know what other framework you can have that is fully cross platforms, you know? Like that's the thing. The only one that I know is Jetpack Compose. Kotlin is probably gonna be the the option for what you're trying to do. But it run weirds, and you don't really have access to the web version. So basically, it kind of implies Kotlin for the app and regular web dev for the web version. And that means two code bases. So I don't like this. Um, but yeah. Yes, but no. I know. So, it will work perfectly for Android and Windows, but it will not pass the validation of Apple based on the latest review system that is a bit more tricky than earlier. We talked about this before. Basically, Apple is removing some of the apps that are web browser wrappers. So it's Swift on the outside, but then it's just Swift at display web view. And that means that the web view can be hover ridden by anything, and you end up with content that was like a game at one point that is now a porn site, and it's still like it has been validated. So it's just it's an annoyance. I agree with that. I do think that Expo is a good thing and it should work, but I just don't fucking understand why it doesn't fucking work. That's the thing. That's the thing. Um, you are you are going to Japan this weekend, Malcolm? Is that what happens? Is that the time? Is that the time? Goddamn. I've been pretty good. I've been tired. I am still tired. I have decided to eat an entire bag of Skittles this morning. So I have a bit of a sugar crush, like crush things. Um, and yeah. Other than that, we're good. Also, Grizz, what the fuck are you working on? Because you say prepare your likes, but I can't see shit. Just the nums bots. That's what I thought. That's the only one that made sense. At the end of the day, it's the only one that kind of worked. But because I'm not like willing to run all these things, it's just will not work. So yeah. um, Nom Noms is Stoney's new project. So we'll see. Right now you don't know shit, which is fine. But yeah, the script is good, the steps are good. It's just that the I don't want to create an app on my end. You already have yours, so I should be able to use yours because it's yours that is going to be the main thing. And then running Docker and running .NET is not a good idea. So yeah. And yes, it is. It is a Michael Jackson script. Yes, 100%. Yes. uh, Again, as I said, I think you could open code free tier, big pickle, the rest. That could be an option. That sentence alone is crazy. Um, but yeah, I feel like you could do that. And then based on the code, are you using Hermes agents? Is that your agents in the background right now? I think I saw some Hermes name drops here and there, which they are good, by the way, if you don't know. If you don't know, Hermes is pretty cool. It's a bit of an open claw thing with just a uh, better container. So it looks better as well. Obviously, designer based. I am absolutely biased on this one. There is no question. This is the most biased because this looks good, and then you go into the fucking OpenClaw website and you're like, all right, yeah, quality, nothing. Uh, Disappointment on this one. Like it's, ah. It's so bad. It's so bad. Um, but yeah, I see. I see. It's Amazon stuff. But yeah. Daughter, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? Yes. Story is a mod on 99% of the software and dev channels on Twitch. It yeah. You will find some where story is not there yet. And that's usually the channels that don't speak English. But yeah. Yeah, so that also that my computer is like the fans are running out now as if something is running in the background. It's just it's so bad. Look at that theme transition. Isn't it so cool? Anyway, sorry about that. Uh yes, of course I want to do that. But for sure. For sure. I'm also going to die today. I'm gonna tell you that now because it's gonna make sense. It is currently 21 degrees. Um, I'm gonna die. The camera's gonna die multiple times. My computer is probably gonna die at some point. But yeah, that's gonna that's gonna hurt. I'm gonna see at some point. I tried to look for the cable to charge the fans, the additional fans that go under my computer, and I couldn't find them. So yeah. Um, and Marmalade, we have plenty of that. Um, I mean, I have plenty of that already. So, if you are like I have, all I'm is doing basically that. There is the LM Studio that I'm running as well, and the one that I talked about, which is the Atomic Chat, very similar to I think what you're trying to build. Um, but yeah, I don't understand why my computer is just freaking out right now. I don't know what's running in the background that shouldn't be running, but something is running and using some resources apparently because yeah, it's just hot. Is it just hot? I don't know. I don't know. Holy shit. Um, it is my biggest fan indeed. Indeed. I also like there is construction downstairs, so I don't want to open the windows, but opening the window would change everything and it would be good. So I might have to do that just for a split second. What? The amount of sound and noise. Oh my god. And also we are now in heaven. And everything is bright. Everything is too bright. Me included. Way too white. So you said developer quizzes. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. Um Again, based on last time, I remember that this is probably something that is supposed to be mostly mobile based and not necessarily web based. So if it's more mobile, I can take a look at it on a mobile size screen. If it's more desktop, um, then if it's web, I'm gonna stay web. Let's do a front end specialist because that's absolutely not me. I mean, system design could be good for me, but nonetheless. So, still the same thing as last time. You're not scented. What I call web vitals. I'm gonna do that very much uh, without looking at the answers, just to go through fast. But you know, usual. Um, yeah, of course. Of course. Oh, so close. So fucking close. That was. All right. Tinkerer makes sense. Tinkerer makes sense. Let's view the detailed statistics. So for the first thing, as earlier, the noise outside is pissing me off, but it makes the computer go, oh, it's less hot than expected. Anyways, um, yeah, the orange stuff, I remember that. If you have like the right answer, you get full credit. If you have the close, because it's an acceptable answer, but not exactly the full answer, you get the orange, and it's like half of the credits, or 25%, I forgot. And then if you go red, then you don't have the points. But for the questions, pretty good. As I mentioned many times on these things, if the answer is right, just move me to the next question. Potentially because I haven't had a single one. That might be the reason. But yeah, like, just if I answer correctly, you move me to the next one. If I answer wrong, or like partial, tell me why. And if I answer wrong, tell me why as well. But don't stop me in my tracks when I'm going kind of fast. So that's the first thing. And the statistic, the loading state in the middle, like the split second of loading that we just saw. I don't know if it's necessary. I feel like you should already have loaded the entire thing, because I ended the quiz, and therefore, even if I don't click the button, right here in the chat, that could be good. Or if you don't want to put it in the Twitch chat, you can put it inside of the Discord design help channel. Everything works. Everything works. Um, you could revamp that section. Yes. Um, this is better than last time, but I feel like this is not the same type of thing. Like we used the MBTI scan last time, and therefore it was like a different uh, layout. So I'm gonna try that. um, if I already gave you my name for the previous quiz, just remember it, please, please. You know, just please. And so because we tested that last time, and I said something, I will see if it's the same. So the stuff that I said last time was, if I answer something here, I want to go to the next step automatically. And if it doesn't take me to the next step automatically, that's gonna be weird to me. So I prefer pair programming. Also 24 questions, goddamn. Let's say mostly agree. Goes to the next one. Good. We have a bit of a glitch on this text, which was the case last time, I remember. But that's sorry, too fast. I take it again, I guess. Let's go. Let's go slower. All right. I can't. If I answer the wrong question, It doesn't work. Oh, you mean that's also the thing? Okay, cool. If it's like the same user, um, maybe. God damn. Also, why the hell is the degree on top and degree at the bottom? That's true. That is true. Mizzy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the how's the drop going? um I think I'm gonna miss the target. Yep. God damn. That's broken again. I'm gonna say it's time sensitive, but also congrats on landing at 2.3. That's crazy. um it did work though. It it did work. So yeah. Um Overall better, but not best. What do you mean? Did you just bump into each other? Is that what happened? This is much better. This is much better. Um oh yeah, no, that makes sense, yes. It happens. You know, you have angle, velocity, speed, which is basically the same thing, um, and starting point, and that means, uh, you know, I don't, I'm not the creator of the game, so I don't know. I can change the game appearance, but yeah, it's random. So yeah, it's just the stream games. I mean, you have the name of the creators at the bottom of the landing pad. Anyways, this is good. Everything is kind of centered, which is not necessarily the best thing, but yeah. Um, this is crazy. No, I'm not. Uh, I'm gonna explain a bit on this one, but if I'm placed so close to the center, like it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like these three makes no sense. It I'm leaning toward I introvert instead of extrovert, for example, for these ones. But in reality, I'm so close to the center that I'm mostly an A ambivert, which is like basically doing the both of them. Uh, Also, these answers made absolutely no sense, nonetheless. But they like that's kind of complicated. So if they are like very much aligned in the request and the questions and the things that you're expecting from the answers and so on, then I kind of like I would space them maybe with more power, more weight in some areas than what they have, because right now this is like very much center center, and I didn't do neutral 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 every time, so that's the kind of question. Nonetheless, have a good food time. Better than last time. That doesn't change that. That is complicated. Yeah. Just Malcolm, just don't say that to a French person in text. Where's the fucking French? I don't want English, but yeah, that I mean, yeah, that I mean, it yeah, which is uh so nice because if you heard
Bad
about it,
AOA, bad.
and you probably have, but if you don't know, there is this very common Los Angeles place called LA Bites, which makes sense in English, but in that is the issue, you know. It's just it is just how things are. So yeah, eh, it is good food though, but still, Chris, welcome, buddy. It has always been kind of funny. So yeah, have a good bite is a very complicated thing to say to a French person. But enjoy the food. Enjoy the food. Exactly, Malcolm. That is a very common sentence amongst the French. um, this is fine. This is kind of weird, and this is kind of weird as well. Um, so let me kind of explain what I mean about the this is kind of weird. These ones, also the sound outside is pissing me off, but I'm gonna see if that helps. I doubt it. Um, everything is at 100%. I would say that is one of the worst thing to represent. If these are my strong areas, then it wouldn't be like a percentage base like this. I think something like maybe this one could work. Apparently it doesn't work. This is not exactly what we're supposed to, you know, what we're supposed to see. But um, something like, God damn it. I do remember that one of them, it's still the same. So this is broken. I need to fix that. I see. I do remember that we had, and I took some screenshot of that in the past. Yeah, it's just like, that is just false. So it's just because of the reinsertion. God damn. Um, I made like an orbs based placement for this, and it would probably be a bit better for you right here to say, oh, you are at like 3 out of 3, 100% on sensing and 100% on judging, but like with orbs of area of expertise type of thing, that would probably be a bit better. But yeah, if they are all at one, I mean, even if they are all like 80%, 6%, whatever percent, doesn't really matter. It's just like, well, these are your top qualities, and like that might be it, and it would be good. So for me, I would probably go with something like, oh, I don't have Figma open. I would probably go with something with like orbs, just because um, something like this would make sense if you can. The thing is, with everything at 100%, you are like fully spread out. And the other option is something like this. that's the opposite I was talking about, where you have just different values, different things, with one of them that is like a bit bigger than the others because, anything. But yeah, if you have all of them at 1%, it's kind of complicated and it doesn't really mean anything anymore. So it, I don't know. Congrats. So yeah, other than that, the top section is pretty good. Um, it might, again, it might be a bit of a rendering difference, and I'm gonna go back there because it makes sense. Um, what I have done here, and it's not necessarily gonna work, but what I've done here is the normalization of the values for the charts. So my biggest value isn't 100%. Like that's not the case. But compared to the rest, this point is the highest point that I have in all of the stuff, and therefore I'm normalizing to fill the the chart itself. So it's probably somewhere around here, and everything is kind of tiny in the center. But because of the normalization, I'm ending up with something that is a bit like greater and broader than expected, and kind of accentuate the distance in between the points. So for you, you could do something similar by having denormalization of everything. So if you have like a one extreme in that, like introvert or extrovert, that is -2, and the other that is +3, I don't know, that basically mean that in a range of +3, 3 would be somewhere around here. And you normalize the span, and therefore you would probably end up with something that will end up like that point would move to here for the normalization. That could be an option, to, just give the user a bit more stretch and, um, yeah. Eh. I don't know if that's a thing that would work, but you could. Um, but other than that, that's fine. Um, that is fine. This is okay. That's okay as well. Um, I don't remember the other one. I know you had like another one before, but yeah, so close. God damn. Yeah, I don't know. Uh, I don't know what is bothering me other than the fact that I'm not reading the questions. That makes a lot of sense. Um, but yeah, overall, it's fine. It's working. Like this makes no sense. Again, like you can't really tell me that my strongest topic is scalability or caching because I got 0, and database selection is at 17%, which means absolutely no skills. And distributed at 33, maybe, but these two at 0 makes absolutely no sense. So this one is debatable. It's the strongest based on the question that I answered. Um, And then when I'm looking at these two side by side, you know, um, the fact that my area of improvements is basically the opposite of this, yeah, of course, of course, of course, I'm gonna have like I had 17% in this one, and therefore this is an area of improvement. So I have technically 73% of improvement potential right here and 50% right here. But therefore these two makes absolutely no sense, right? There is a you could reuse the same thing of saying where do you stand on microservices? Where do you stand um, on distributed system and so on? There's no mod for 3 to 4. Oh, you have an appointment today from 3 to 4. I see. Sorry, I can't read that. Not in the middle of things. My brain cannot compute other things. So yeah, placement could be a bit of a similar to the MBTI thing, and yeah, like I. All right, okay. Listen, if I'm scoring slowly, you telling me that my performance is mostly of a principal engineer. Cool. And then my strong topics are going to be microservice, followed by distributed systems, followed by database selection, and then the rest not really. And then my area of improvements are going to be the opposite. So scalability and scaling, same thing. And then database, distributed system, and microservices, which is the opposite. So I could infer that, but why not giving it to me? And then on all the topics that we've covered, you give me back everything except messaging that we don't have here. And I had zero good answer on this thing. So you basically telling me that here is where you're good, here is your where you were not good, which is basically the opposite of that, and here is where you were not good either. So I like you have 3 times the same data. That's what I'm reading. So I wouldn't necessarily show that. Um, I would say something like this is absolutely different. I know, and a very, very different system, but something like this with, the sentence that changes based on the user actual activities, how to say, work on it. And it would be something along the line of what you had here that just says you've scored an overall of 2 out of 10 with an accuracy of 20%. And it's like within a paragraph that is what we call the natural language UI. So it's just a base text. And it works. The thing is, right now, uh, if I do conversational UI, I don't think I'm gonna see anything that is related to what it used to mean, and now it's replaced by chats, and I don't really like that. But um, you have like it's basically a text-based form. But yeah, we won't have anything in there. But it's just like it's basically the same thing as what can I run, where it's just going to insert the proper information at the proper space in the paragraph. So if you give me this and you say um, you have a preference for principal engineering with strong topics being microservices at 50%, distributed systems at 33%, and database selection at 17%. With like, I don't know. Um, Even though we covered scalability, caching, and messaging, you didn't answer properly in there, and therefore, didn't give you anything. And so that could be an option, but yeah, it's just this data here is just like same data, same data, same data 3 times. That's the thing. Um, so I don't I don't really see the point of having the same data multiple times. That's the yeah. Um, um, yeah, I mean you could do that, but it's just like kind of complicated to recommend resources based on a quiz without looking like you're trying to sell something to someone, which is probably the case, right? At the end of the day, if you have like an affiliate links to an Amazon marketplace or something, you will have the ability to just say, well, you can use that book, and then uh, that's an affiliate link, and it would work. But yeah, I I don't know. I don't know, and this pisses me off every time. Yeah, I think the most important thing for you is going to be the presentation. And right now, your best, also that's going to break the mic. 1 second. Your best bet is going to be use Impeccable as a design direction skill with your AI. Use um, the front end designed by Anthropic if you're using the Anthropic thing, because it's gonna be useful as well to give you like a better design overall, and it's gonna look like the all of the other ones, but it's gonna look better. One of the examples that I kept is this one. This is an obviously Claude generated design. You can tell by the font that is used, the color in the background, and some of the effects like these. These lines are very Claude based, but if you had a design like this, it would make more sense and it would be a bit more aligned. Um, and so that alone would shift how I perceive the form, because this is very bad. It's the same thing, but you just pass it through the the impeccable skill or the front end skill. Front end skill is the easiest to put in place, um, and you'd be done. But yeah, and then going back to the question that you asked earlier, and I didn't answer. The variety of quiz is good. I would say the presentation is kind of bad. I would have something like side by side instead of one column. So probably a 4-4, like 2 columns with all the things, and that could be interesting, or better at least in terms of layout to present. Um, and then obviously, but this is going to probably be addressed within um, the design skills. not that within the design skills for AI, that it's gonna take like proper icons, proper placements, proper coloring, and so on. So that pass it through at least once, and you should be fine. But yeah, other than that, I think that's about it. I think that's about it. Marmalade, what is this open harbor? Um, mhm. I see. I see. I see. Um, I see. Yeah. I mean, I have seen similar things as well. Um, but yeah. Again, I get it. I understand, but uh, it's just to me, it's mostly something that is like uh, context blocked, context window blocked most of the times. So yeah, but if it runs with Pi, then that's good. Um, but yeah, the MCP and every other text skills are gonna be context blocked for everything. But it's fine. It is fine. I'll check it out. I'll check that out at some point. I don't run anything locally anyways, so yeah, it is. It is indeed. Give me some give me some context before I start scoring on this one. Welcome. I think I understand, but yeah. E-commerce sites for drink company. All right, cool. Same thing. So you don't have a dark mode, light mode. Interesting. Um, interesting. Interesting ID. A bit unreadable here, but you probably should have read that here from here at least, so that's fine. You're using proper top level things. Good offset. This is a bit weird. I'm going to explain that in a second. Same thing on this one. Cool. Um, this is a very interesting moon and sun, cat and mouse uh, situation. That's fun. Um, so that's pretty neat. Um, Getting there, you get the same quiz, same quiz. Um, mm, mm. Okay. That the growing is good, the going back is bad. Details and performance and shit. The cards themselves really cute. Highly like that. Highly like that. Presentation is fine. It's kind of weird to have a scroll on this one because you have nothing, but I'm guessing on smaller screens you kind of need to. Um, Good. Animations are good. That seems to be expensive, but I don't know what that currency is. So I'm not gonna lie. This is weird. I would expect switching from tea to juice to send me back to this section. Um, but this is probably a local storage thing. Maybe. I don't know. That's pretty nice. It's working. What I was about to say is your cloud are kind of bad. And you could make that much better by simply using um, an SVG. Do we have it? I mean, this one is kind of similar, but you could use something like this for the creation of your clouds, and these are SVGs, and it's just an SVG mask and an SVG transform that you can have and create. I was about to say, I wish I had uh, Figma open, but I'm gonna have Figma open in 1 second. Uh, Basically, also that's probably gonna break the stream, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it too much. Um, the way that it works is very simple and very easy. I turn into a slideshow again. Don't worry about it. Cool. I think we're good. Um, so you get like a shape, whatever shape you want inside of your Figma file. You make that white, and then I'm gonna make that um, a bit smaller. Was that bad? Anyway, sorry. And then you just had an effect, and the effect is uh, some noise or some like texture on its own. So something like this, for example. Right now, I don't know why it went to that level. Let me put that way smaller so that you have the edge and it makes sense. And then you just change the radius, you change the size, and now you have your cloud effect basically. And on top of that, you just add a layer below, and ta-da, you get a cloud. And so specifically, if you have like a secondary cloud shape somewhere around here, that's your cloud. So again, this is SVG transform. Let me just reopen this so that you can take a look at it. potentially play with it. But that would make your cloud a lot better than what you have. The sun is fun. The moon is fine. Like there is no issues with that. It's the same thing. The only thing that I'm like not the biggest fan of, I would say, is the difference in the vibe that you, and that's really crazy that I'm saying vibe right here, but the difference in the vibe uh, in terms of the design of the bottles and the website itself. So you have that very organic kind of fun, like illustration types, which seems to be AI generated for some reason, but I don't know. Maybe it's just the compression. Nonetheless, but the website is very corporate, very straight, very thin line, glass, and so on. When this isn't necessarily uh, that. I think I have something. This dates. This is from a long time ago, so I don't know if I will find it. Um, uh, maybe, maybe it's in there. Maybe it's in there. In one of these two. Maybe we have packaging and branding stuff that we've been keeping for now more than 10 years. um, it's a soap company, and they have created or used the residue of the soap on the glass of the shower, like the shower glass, as a pattern for their branding, and it's really good. And if I knew the name, I would just search for the name. But because I'm a dumbass and I don't know shit, uh, I forget names. Maybe it's not in packaging, maybe it's in branding right away. I could just search. But no. Same thing, don't know names. Don't know names. This feels too old to be at that area, but this one is kind of closer to the same thing. This is a combined board with my ex, so I don't know if they've been adding stuff. It's not gonna be there. Yeah, it's probably in there. Probably in the packaging instead. It's a black and white branding, which is pretty neat. Really neat. Right there. Yeah, damn, that is so tiny. Oh, for fuck's sake. Pinterest being Pinterest. Sorry, 1 second. Um, so we passed it, but now we can't pass it in again. They used the the shower pan like soaps for the packaging, and your squiggles, your thing, your kind of tiny shape within your labels could be reused in the background of the site. You could have like one of these as an example. You have something that is very similar in the background of the cards for each of the drinks. Um, but you could use some of that for your background for the website, for some of the cards that have like currently glass effect and glass rendering. So these things could have like some of that background. maybe just a faint version of that thing, to be a bit less corporate. Like this is very much corporate to me. So that's why I'm saying maybe change that. Uh, and then that font is kind of weird to me, but if it's in the branding, it's in the branding. You can't really go and do something about it. Like it's fine. It's in there. No choice. Um, and then the issue that I have in here is why is this a card? There's these two. They don't have uh, any benefit of being like cards within cards. You could 100% just um, get this. I'm guessing it's gonna be either here or here. Um, that's your padding. That's the transition, which makes no sense. That's the blow. That's for everyone, which is kind of bad, but fine. If you have something like this, it's fine. Like it's not. It doesn't need the container in which it was. You can survive with just that for these two, and you have like quick access to the cards that needs to be clicked. That makes sense. And these two are clicked as well. This button is clickable as well. It doesn't distract you compared to um, like you know, it's fine. So I get it. I understand. Putting things in cards makes a lot of sense, but yeah, the effect itself specifically for these two is a bit too much because it's card in double in within cards, and this is a pattern that we see a ton on the junior designers that just are putting things into cards, and it makes a lot of sense, and it's great to figure out your containers, but your containers don't necessarily need to have a background every time. So that's the only difference. Like these two could have like no background and it would be fine. These one could have like a bit of the texture here and there for the glass itself. And yeah, other than that, it's good. The presentation is nice. The cards, it makes a lot of sense. The teeny tiny subtle grow of the bottle in the middle and the 3D transform for the cards is really cool. Um, no issues with that. And then the transition from clicked and not click is working. The only thing that is kind of weird for regular users, that depends on how much you are used to this. If I click somewhere around here, here, I would expect it to collapse. I would expect it to like go back to where I was. And if I press the escape key on my keyboard, I would also expect to do that. So that's just expectation based on my personal usage of the web. If I click here, like this is based on the transition, it looks as if it was in the same page, in which case I can collapse to somewhere else. So that's yeah, that's the thing. I have that not here. I have that in the Yoga file. I made sure that if we open the settings, for example, it's going to be closable. That's not going to work. Yeah, by mistake. um, Oh my God. Can this not be the thing as always? I'm gonna kill some people. It's just, it shouldn't be that complex. I know it's just my computer is freaking out. Basically, if I'm here and I decide to open, uh, like, I don't know, just my settings right there. If I press the escape key, it's gonna collapse the settings. If I'm in one of my servers and I go into my server settings, which is like a model, if I click here, it's collapsing. If I press the escape key, it's collapsing as well. So everything is like common behavior for users, in which case I'm expecting that to happen. So same thing here. So yeah. If you, I mean, you are doing the transition. Um, you're using the page transition in order to get that effect to happen, in which case you kind of need to have the revert transition, which you have right here. But it, it, I mean, it already works. So it's just that this button is not the only place. Like if you press the escape key from this page, it's as if you were clicking this button. If you press somewhere around here, it's as if you press that button. That's the same thing. Have a good coffee. So yeah, that's the thing. Nonetheless, it's pretty cool. I like that a lot. Um, you don't do that. You don't do that. Okay, so it's limited to 3 by 3. Um, that's good. That's good. Yeah, no, overall, it's just like reusing that pattern uh more often, probably removing some of the cards because they don't benefit you in any ways. These ones are useful. There is no question about that. And then this one is, I mean, that's again, that scroll is kind of, it's debatable, but I get it. I get it. See, for example, if I click on that and then I click again, it's gonna collapse this thing, so it's working. Maybe it's just like instead of being like different pages, you need to make sure that this thing is an overlay the same way that this is an overlay. But that might be the way to have all of your effects to work. But I mean, you already did a good job, so I don't know why you would do that. But yeah, no, other than that, this first page was my issue, I would say. Um, like that color is weird. And it's not the same color that you have here, which is already kind of weird as a appearing, disappearing, but nonetheless, you have something that is way more orange and pink. And right here, you have a bit of a purple and orange. And then when you scroll, you go straight up to the blue sky, which is good. Like that's a nice transition. But if you started with the brand color, at least, that could potentially help. Um, but it's a potentially help thing. So yeah, I no, I get it. I I get it. But if it needs to feel like dawn, you go there. Also, great clown. Like that's dawn kinda, and then the more the more time passed during the day, the more you end up in the night. They have a bit of a glitchy thing, obviously, because I'm not doing that properly, but yeah. In black, it's so good. Yeah, it's working. Um, like that's the dawn effect, which is closer, like that pink is closer to the one that you have. And what they do on this thing is that it is based on your time zone. So right now it's midday for me, so it should be full bright sky. If I was loading this at night, it would load like the pure night, like black sky thing. If I was to load that in the very early morning, this thing. So yeah, depending on the time that you have where you are, you will have a different version of this thing. So, you know, it's fun. But yeah, other than that, I don't think we have any other thing in there that is like specific to time of days. Maybe that's a bit of a change that I would potentially do. Other than that, it's a good website. The Discover Yours is a good body trick, but it's also pull me out of the experience. Did I say something about offset? Oh yeah, that. No, not that. That's weird, but that's just me. Don't worry about it. I don't think I did. Just like this is weird as well to me. It's just like it's fine, but it's weird to move from this to that. Nonetheless, going back to this because I don't remember what I said about offset. This is weird. This is the most AI generated quiz in the entire website, and it's kind of off. It's not something that you are expecting to see, and it's probably just the fact that you are using emojis, and you know, like that's the thing. But yeah, it's yeah, I could tell. I could tell that this is AI generated, but it's just like you could go with if this is started. Obviously, it's not. God damn. Can I just? Yeah, no, if I go into space, that's gonna... Can I load this right away? If I can load it right away, that would be pretty good, but I also don't think I will have anything to... Yeah, I can't. Anything to showcase on this one, because... this service is pretty cool, but it's a pain in the ass when you're in the free tier, and it makes a lot of sense because they just want you to, you know, upgrade. I don't think this is gonna be visible. Yeah, I don't have anything to review. I basically have a Tinder-like or Tinder-style like review, and you could do the exact same thing right here. You could have like left or right with your arrows on the keyboard to just go quicker and do that. That could be a very interesting thing to have, to make it like more interesting, more fun, more interactive. What? But yeah, it's also like the issue that I have with it is mostly the fact that it is black. That sounds racist. The it doesn't have any colors. It's kind of it's kind of boring out of nowhere. Like you come from a place that is so bright, so colorful, so nice, it, and you go into your like discover yours that I'm expecting to be in the same vibe, and I end up in something that is the darkest of rooms. And I could see um like something that starts dark and then lights up depending on the thing that you have. If I go here, for example, in my starting soon scene, you will see that if you start chatting, if you say something, my background is going to be taking some yellow because your name is yellow. If I say something, the background is going to take some green because it is like it takes from who is currently chatting at that time. So Prior just spoke, and therefore we have a bit of pink. I just spoke, so we have a bit of green, and that kind of like that's a bit of an interactive background thing, and you could have a bit of color come from these answers. So if you're here and you say, "Oh, I want the room on fire," you could have a bit of a fiery thing comes from the bottom, come from the card itself, come from somewhere to have, explosion of color to make it interesting. If you want something that's warm and earthy, like it's gonna be kind of slower, like the animation can go down and so on. The initial ID, obviously I'm biased on this one, but the initial ID for this, for me, was that simplification of an ID, meaning that if I go into that perfume, my background is going to take from the notes collection. So each of the notes have like a bit of orange, green, kind of pink, brown, a bit of yellow, and the rest is these two are kind of white. So in dark mode, this is going to be kind of darker, but you can see that the green is around here, the yellow orange is around here, the brown is around there, and that is based on that perfume specifically. So it matches what I have here. But if I go into something like different, it's going to have a different color overall because it makes sense. It's based on what you have selected from your perfume collection. So for you, if I'm selecting shit right there, then I would expect the background to react to this a bit. Uh, Not like something crazy, but not nothing either, you know? um, so yeah, also, Pry, how are you? How have you been? Welcome back. Welcome on in. Yeah, it's that same thing. Like if focus is orange, I would expect my background to have like that gradient at the bottom or something. It's just makes more sense here and there. But yeah, not a lot of work, but it's a bit of something. But yeah. Um, Other than that, you're good. I have some issues with that button specifically because that icon is too tiny, but that's the 11th fault. I kind of know what happens here. I've had the same issues on ban in the beginning. Like these arrows were not the right size, and I had to resize them and play with them. I think I have like this bitch all the fucking time. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. But yeah, that's just a me thing. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's working. It's good. Yeah. kind of fun. Kind of fun. Anything else on this one specifically? I think I went over everything. Um, I'm not the biggest fan of that font, but that's me. Don't worry about it. It works with the branding. Um, I feel like it's something. Uh, not good thing. Alma is an interesting app, and their branding is pretty strong. They have worked with very interesting imagery and graphic design when it comes to their presentations and so on. And overall, like these very strong photographs and images are pretty cool. I wish we had like the full blog, which where they explain like how they went to the imagery that they have created and taken, but which is not there. um, but they've done a very good job at presenting the content and have like a very full branding that is strong and recognizable from far away. Like shit like this makes a lot of sense for them, but it's a strong branding, and so I understand that it might not be the choice of everyone, but like here you can see how everything is coherent if you go into like a subsection, whatever, you're gonna have like a very coherent branding over. So that's one of the reference. I think the uh, Lapa might have stuff if we have. Why can't I find this? God damn. Um, I'm probably not gonna be available. I'm gonna be honest. I have someone else coming in soon, officially. I mean, depending on the meaning of next week. So I'm not gonna be, and I'm expensive as fuck. So be careful. I'm not saying no, but you know, uh, we've had like as always the thing that I'm doing when I'm looking at references and similarities is finding similar products in the same area, character, zone, whatever, with potential similar branding to see what they have done and what we could like pick from them to create. So right now I'm just going through some of the very similar at first glance branding that you have. Like these shit are very much the same and they make sense, and you could go through like the classical, very luxurious thing or the very fun stuff, and you went with the fun stuff, which is very good. Specifically now, it stands out. But I'm just making sure that we don't have brew. It's kind of one. But yeah, like shit like this is an interesting. It's very much similar based on where you currently are in your own stuff, because it has that original illustration type in the background that you can reuse. It has a bit more personality to it because there is more illustration, but you could put that into your site. Uh, this one is just old branding, new branding merged together. So that's like the type of shit that we are doing right now. Um, no, nothing really standing out on this one. This is still very corporate compared to the other ones. All of these are dead. This is very corporate, but the mascot is cute, and that's the only reason why we like it. But the rest is really simple. Same thing, you could have like a cut for your sections with the two cards at the bottom, for example, like a cut like this, just to get something. Doesn't really matter. Do we have brew? Yes. So, wild ID. Wild ID. But brew has a lot more interesting, like 3D transform within, and we kind of love it for that reason, because it's just it's very interesting. It's very fun to work with these things, and the whole website reacts to what you have changed. So depending on which cans you have, you can see that these effects and these colors are like affected. And now if I'm going back, I'm going the blue can. So yeah, but this is like this is not a Blender stuff. This is a 3JS slash spline thing. But yeah. Why not? Anyways, so I mean, you have plenty of options. I would highly recommend, as always, to go into Lapa and get it to the food and drinks section, for you specifically, because your things is drinks related stuff, and then get some inspiration if you want to redesign the page. I think you've done a pretty good job. You might just need some more personality into it, because right now it's very plain. Specifically, like the color change would help. This is fun. This isn't. So, that transition is fine. Maybe the sun is setting too fast, but I also understand that you wanted to have, like, the moon for the vibes. So potentially, that's a potential. You decide, but potentially you could have the sun take a lot more time by simply having a new section in the middle, in between the two. Elongate the amount of sun that you have, so that it doesn't just fly by and you don't know what happened. So it just you could have the fucking receipt, like recipes, in the center, like right there. Like that's an option, and that would still be in the daytime. Yeah, I mean, it's just it passed so fast that I don't know. But yeah, other than that, you did good. Other than that, you did good. Everything is pretty much working. I don't know if this makes sense. AKA, I don't know if the fact that all products are at night makes sense. Maybe only the ones that are like related to vibe and so on at night. The ones that are on focus are going to be during the day. And because you have them at the bottom of the screen, maybe you can have the same effect on scroll. But yeah, it's you have a lot of options. That's not what I want to do. And Could be easy, could be a bit different. Again, I have like so many. I see. I see. Well, in that case, it's fine. The client decides basically. I mean, clients, partners, so on, decide what works. I'll try to see if I can find some of the older packaging and see if they still have a website. Most of these are dead by now. Like these are very, 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 very. Did I say very? Old projects and products. So that's also one of the things that is good about me being that old and having been in the market for so long, is that some of these things that have been created for me like 10, 15 days, years ago, um, nowadays these companies are dead, and recreating their branding and packaging still makes you stand out because it it doesn't exist anymore. It's not a product that you can compare yourselves to. Like this thing, for example, um, this is the Behance project. That whole packaging ID with the box and the line going through and so on. This is something that has been done many times. It's really cool, unrelated to your project in any ways. But now, if you go into commodity perfumes, for example, they have, I wouldn't say it's a similar uh, design with the line, but they have like an essence that is very much the same similar brand with their copper slash gold accent here and there. Uh, and they are doing like sometimes in some of their versions they have that kind of line. And it's inspired by this thing, and this thing is from 2014. So it's been 12 years. And it coincides basically from now. So yeah, they have like the really cool copper, regular, and white for the three versions of their own perfumes. So fun stuff, you know. Eh, we like it. We like it. Yeah. No, otherwise you've done a pretty good job. It is interactive. It's pretty good. I would fix the move. Just just like make it go past the edge, because that is bothering me much. Other than that, it's fine. It's kind of neat. The only thing that I'm looking at, and this is like a very much unrelated to the design, um, Vercel as a company, not a good thing. Ethically speaking, not great. I don't like them. I, you know, personal things. What? Don't like them much. Most of the things that you have here are feasible within Framer. And Cloudflare alone, as a Cloudflare pages, if you have the domain, then like you have free hosting. So like again, ban is it's one of my projects, and it's hosted on Cloudflare, so that whole landing page is free. I just need to pay for the domain names, but I get this thing that is interactive. I get all of that, off my editor to change your cards placements, change your settings within the cards. Uh, all of that basically is within the free tier of Cloudflare. The only thing that might be a bit more tricky might be the card and the buying experience, but I'm sure that there are plugins and things, and at the end of the day, Versa is basically the same thing. So I would recommend Cloudflare much better than Vercel for ethical reasons. If you don't care, you don't care. It's fine. But yeah. And then Versa is also like a bit of a everything looks fine. Uh, and then one day you pass the threshold and it's just, you know, 25K a month. It's just like, okay. So there is like so many platforms that I have a bit of an issue with their kind of predatory systems when it comes to their pricings. Most of it is fine. But you know, Cloudflare is free. Versa is free as well. I get it. V0 is free. If you have vibe coded this thing with V0, it makes sense. But yeah, I just the CEO has ties with some people that we don't want to be associated with and you don't want to support. Are currently cleansing some area of the world. So cleansing as their name, as they say. So yeah, don't like it. Don't like people just destroying other countries. It's just not nice. That's also one of the things that I've tried to see if I could like de-Americanize most of my tech, and it's extremely hard. Cloudflare is American as well, so very very hard to move away from Cloudflare. The infrastructure is so big that the only other option is some French hosting, and it's kind of shit. So yeah, but you know, Cloudflare's good. And nonetheless, Versa is good for the beginning when you're just trying to do the full thing, but don't pay them. That's the only thing that I'm gonna say. It's just like, yeah, use them in the beginning when you need your feet off the ground, and then after that, ditch them. Same thing if you're using like a database for everything. Superbase is gonna be the recommendation that your LLM is gonna give you, right? That's the thing. Neon is better. Like that's to me that's the alternative that just makes more sense, and it's like, you know, just unlimited members for everyone forever for the free plan as well. And if you compare their two free tiers, this one, as in Superbase, is one project, and that's about it. This one is 100 projects, meaning that you have like a ton of tables, different things, and so on. Obviously, if you just have like one website, it doesn't matter which one it is, but basically a bit better. This one is a bit more storage than this one, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing. Like in the free tier,
I can see time is now following.
Let's see time. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. So yeah, Neon is pretty good. There are like a ton of other options. Superbase is fine. I again, there is no ethical issues with Superbase. It's just that it has been um, marketed so well that now any LLM that you're using is going to recommend Superbase by default, instead of sometimes just recommend what it should do, which is, oh yeah, you can just create your database on your hosting servers and be done with it, and it's going to be much better. So yeah, and then Neon is good. So we like Neon. I also like the logo a bit better. It's just, eh, eh. They have good design, so obviously I'm gonna be biased on this one. So yeah, it's the same thing as convex. Um, I I didn't know about them. I discovered them through something else. I forgot who uh, talked about it, and then I know that Theo talked about them as well. And I took a look, and their free tier is very cool. Their paid tier is very fair, and it's really good. So now I have a database with content that is like for live activities, meaning that ban uh, is on convex because everything that needs to be in there needs to be like as live as possible. If I change something in my settings or in my profile, everyone needs to have access to the updated version of my profile. So that's the thing. Kane, hi, welcome in. How's the day going? How's the experiment with the templates? So yeah, convex is some the same thing. Like I discovered them and I was like, oh yeah, that looks pretty interesting. And then I went on the page and I saw the designs that they have, and I was like, well, it's better. So I'm gonna go there instead of remaining on Superbase. But there is also like a ton of things that it depends. Um, Usually, yes, I know this sounds very designer of me, which is the case. I'm still a designer. That doesn't change. But most of the time, if the design is good, the product is better because most of the CEOs and like C-suite executives and so on want the best product that they can have, and then they think about the design. And if they have time to think about the design, that means that on their like ego level thing, they have reached a point where the product is so good that they can take the time to go over the design. And it's not all the projects and all the product that can do that. So when the design is better than the competition, usually, not all the times, but usually it means that they have had the time to go through, okay, let's now work on the design. And as I mentioned before and showcased in the past, it's like um, the first version of my apps are kind of shit. And then I take the time to go into the design of the pages and the transitions and the animations and the thing that I want to have in there to make sure that everything is like behaving as it's supposed to behave. Because um, that's what stands out. But that's also like, okay, I have my list of things. It looks like shit, but it works. Now let's take the time to make it looks better. So yeah, that's what happened. Like for example, all of that section underneath, I don't like it. And that's the section in which I'm currently working on. Making sure that all of that data, which is like currently just a fucking list, have a better rendering and better presentation because it it requires it. Like all of that is important data about you and your perfumes and how you feel about your perfumes. And if it doesn't look good, or if it doesn't like convey what I want it to convey, then it's not the best. I don't even know if this one is gonna work. Um, sorry. um, Same thing. Like this whole section had very much nothing in there, and I don't know why we have like 60,000 Ginza마ru on this one. I don't think we will have um any previews, any image on this, but all of that is still looking like shit, but it's better than the first version. And that's basically what happens. It's just like I'm making sure that the app is working, that I have all of the information that I need to have, and then when that's done, and I can like experiment with stuff. I'm gonna move the buttons here and there. I'm gonna add some stickers. I'm gonna change some things to make sure that it stands out. So, you know, just having fun with these ones. And I don't have access to my previous cans screenshots, which is kind of sad. But from the beginning, you can kind of see how it was shit, and then it got better and better and better. I think the only place where I have some design about it is going to be somewhere around here, where, yeah, that was the first version, and I just needed something that worked. And then, so when I'm saying something that worked, meaning I have the first row in hiragana, katakana, and kanjis, nothing else. And then I combined hiragana and katakana into one page with all the characters, and then I had all the rest, the radicals, the kanjis, the practice, and the settings. And then I figured out the design that I wanted to have, which meant that I had the practice for all the pages that could have practice right here. The hiragana and katakana that is here, the radicals, the kanjis, the dictionaries, and the new profile, which was your settings, but you know, like all that. So it morphed with time, but it reached the point where it's just like something that I'm pretty proud of based on how the design looks and so on. But based on the initial thing, I could have stopped here, and I'm gonna send some people under the bus here, but it's gonna be fine. Uh, like they didn't care in the slightest. All they care about is making sure that you are paying, because if you think about it, for a Japanese app where their goal is for you to learn Japanese, they give you the first 8 characters of the hiragana for free. Anything else is paid. This is the type of thing that you have in your first learn Japanese pamphlet at school. The thing that is free, the thing that you should get access for free. So that's the first thing. And then when you look at the design itself, I don't really, I mean, I get it, but it it doesn't make any fucking sense. So, you know, when you look at these things, you're like, okay, cool, I get it. Um, like Monji, for example, very basic app, very, very simple, very interesting, and so on. You can type your characters. You have a bit of an Easter egg where the background characters here are, if you use your finger, you can like just highlight them and so on. And then if you click on one, it's gonna be written here. And then you have all of that. This is very basic, but you have all the information. The design is good. The presentation is nice. It's just, it makes sense. It's a nice, it's a nice presentation. Hey, not need or no need for more. So we like it. But then you have stuff like Noji, which is more for flashcard app for everything. And there is a lot more design research in there. It's very much AI generated for the gradients and the thing that they have used. But it's interesting. It makes sense. There is thoughts behind the design. So nonetheless, all that to say, if the design is better, sorry, outside is making some noise. If the design is better, it's usually the product is usually a bit better than the rest in the category because it has the time to go through that. And then now that AI is giving founders and CEOs the ability to go so much faster when it comes to creating a product and outputting some things. If the design is shit, that means they absolutely don't care about the product. Like the only thing that they want to do is make money, and therefore, I don't think it's a good thing. And having good design doesn't mean like the most extravagant thing. It just means some taste here and there, something that behave properly, some pages that have, I don't know, interactivities here and there, but like not, you don't need to be at that level of navigation creativity thing, which is not creative at all from my point of view, but like it needs to work in a way that makes sense. See, that's the thing. That is the thing. My initial idea was to have something like this, which I didn't achieve. I did something very different. But yeah, kind of experiment and so on. So yeah, when you see something like this, a bit better. When you see neon, it's a bit better. So we like it. We like it. Same thing. Like here, ban is ban. Ban is a replacement for Linktree. So when you go on Linktree, what you get from Linktree is something that looks like that. I don't think we have like some previews. I mean, we kind of do have some previews. Like these ones are a bit better, but that's about it. Like maybe this one could be good. Yeah, no, I mean, we don't have the rest, but like that's basically what you get, right? And so on ban, you get the ability to be a bit more creative if you want like more of a light mode thing with images that are bigger, no images at all, or less images. Maybe you want that in dark mode. Maybe you want that with a bit of a theme. Maybe you're a pink person. You like light pink. It happens. Maybe you're someone that likes retro stuff. It happens. It's an option. Why ban? So, Linktree acquired a website called bento.me. And bento.me was this thing. And bento is a Japanese lunchbox in Japan. And because they acquired it and they decided to kill the product, I decided to build something as an alternative in order to stay in the theme of food, I said a banh mi sandwich is an interesting thing. And so I wrote it as banh mi, Bhann, whereas in reality it's Banh, and I just didn't know. But it sounds the same. So yeah, it's the replacement for the bento. You get a banh mi sandwich instead. That makes sense. It's layered. You have your stuff in there. So yeah, what? That's the name. That's the reason. Um, and you get everything in one place, and it's good, and it makes sense. And since it died, we have 60,000 variation, including some that are very bad. Um, like tap is French, first of all, which means that my willingness to see them as a good product is very, very low. Um, but they've done an, an exact copy of what bento, first of its name, was. So when you want to add something, it's going to be on that button, which is what bento used to have. When you look at it, the buttons are not centered to each other, like they are not aligned. Um, the thing that you have here to change between like the mobile version and the desktop version is fine, it's working, but it's not great. Like all of that is the same thing. Like it doesn't it the creators didn't really care about the design. They just cared about building something that worked, which is fine. It's fine. But then you have things like Grid, and Grid did care about the design so much that they basically took screenshots of the bento landing page and recreated the exact same thing. So that was what bento used to be in the landing page. Same thing here, same thing there, like that exact same layout for everything. And it's just, to me, that's a bit weird, but I get it. And then when you are within this thing, they care a bit more about the design with the ability to change, like, the fonts here and there, get something a little bit stronger, maybe like a dark theme instead of anything. And because my profile picture is blank and transparent, that doesn't work. But then I'm laughing at it because these are the uh, default Windows icons. As in, they couldn't find anything better than the default Windows icons for two of them. Three of them are not, but like two of them are, and it makes no fucking sense. Uh, and they've done a pretty good job at presenting the things in different ways, but it doesn't feel fluid. It doesn't feel like something that you would want to play with. I mean, at least from my point of view, I wouldn't necessarily want to play with that. Um, but why not? And again, they have taken the exact same copy of what Bento used to be, and Bento used to be in light mode only, so we were here all the time. But they have the exact same settings in the same place, the numbers of view in the same place, and you don't really get anything. I think the last one is Averly, which is similar. They've done a pretty good job at having like a very smooth transition for these things. You have proper placement, proper things, proper whatever. But I I used to have my handle be A, not A1, and now apparently my handle has changed, so that pissed me off already. Um, and they basically bundled everything behind a paywall. And I'm like, well, All right. I Why not? So yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing, and then obviously, uh, if I want to resize something, I'm having a bit of a transition. It it's it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Jimmy, hi, welcome on in. How's the day going? How's everything? I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired. I'm pretty good. Um, so yeah, having a bit of a transition, having some quality of life improvement when you're just playing with these things, when you are experimenting with the upload. Kana has broken the upload 2 days ago, so now I fixed it. So yeah, we making sure that everything is working. Making sure that we have like some interactive stuff. Like this thing makes absolutely no sense. You can't really, I mean, you can only experiment with it on your own on your side if you go into uh, that version of the website, which is spammed on this chat all the times. But if you want to go, this is a bit of an interactive thing when you can play some music for yourself. It doesn't change anything. You can you can draw a dick as always. Hey, that's what happens. It makes no sense. It's just fun stuff, like an etch a sketch situation. I'm gonna stop here because it always, always debates. Um, so yeah, it's just fun stuff, fun addition, fun things, fun micro interactions here and there to make sure that you end up with something that is enjoyable when you're playing with it. However, there is still things that is complicated that I didn't do that I want to fix here and there. Like this animation right here is still kind of broken, but it's working. Um, you know, but yeah. I think client is really challenging. I'm a freelancer full stack developer, mainly focused on building SaaS products. I have a strong portfolio and I'm registered on multiple platforms, but despite that, I'm struggling to land projects. I'm also doing cold calling to try to get clients, but the results have been quite limited. I am with you. Not to make you feel worse, I have been unemployed for 3 years. And the only reason why I'm still alive is because I've been working for the past 20 years and I've been saving for the past 15. Um, so yeah, I had money on the side, but right now I'm like at the very, very, very low savings, and I don't want to tap into my savings more than what I already did. But yeah, the job market right now is very complicated, and even me with the 20 years of experience, my expertise in extremely broad range of domains, having worked with companies that are like kind of big, it's really, I don't understand why it's that complicated to find just a job that is willing to recognize expertise and pay accordingly. But apparently that's hard. So, it happens. I do have to 20, 19, 19 at that instant. But not much. Not much. But the job market is really shit. Yeah, of course. Please share links. Share links to your portfolio and take a look at that. Sorry, I'm laughing at the portfolio in the domain. I mean, I get it. From Tours. From Tours. Interesting. Um, sorry. Very cool. Very cool landing. Kind of weird AI generated glitches within the code right here, but why not? Um, Interesting reveal text. This is a very common new pattern. This is fast as fuck. Oh my god. Yeah, I think your portfolio is great. I think your portfolio is great. I don't like this section, but that's just a me thing. Don't worry about it. I'm going to explain in a second. Um, hmm, that's cute. That's cute. Am I missing something here that should have loaded? Because if that's not the case, this is weird. I feel like we're missing something, but yeah. Uh, Nonetheless, it works. It's really interesting. I used to have a very similar footer with a fat ass. Let's talk. I think I still have it on this one, which, to be honest, not this is bad. I don't like my own website, but yeah, we have a we have a fat ass as well. Yeah, I feel like something is missing. Let me just check that. Do you have a light mode, dark mode switch? You don't. Sometimes that's all you need. I feel like you have. Oh, that's weird. Uh, okay. I was expecting. So this is just an internal thing. The arrows going up and on the diagonal implies an external link. So when I clicked on it, I expected going into another page or a specific project that you've worked on and so on. But no, it opens the kind of Q&A things, which I'm not sure that this is a good idea. Maybe having like a plus, minus, or chevrons to open would make more sense. It's less visually interesting than the arrows. I get that, but it makes more sense. The Yeah, the lag behind. Yeah, and then ooh, that's bad. Okay, um, so here you change the cursor properly with the, or maybe this is just macOS, I don't know, but the cursor takes over with the pointer, which makes more sense. Here they don't. I have the hover effect, but I don't really know that I can click on something. I clicked on it, so now I know, but I didn't know. So that may be a bit of a weird thing. You took the very Instagram preview, if I'm not mistaken. Like this looks like the Instagram preview, which is good. And then that's my bad. But yeah. Maybe it is a macOS thing. Maybe it is a macOS thing. If it is a macOS thing, then fine. What I would say is, um, who did that? I think it was James. Uh, it Yeah, the circle, which is the cursor override, was growing when there was a link. So it's just like 1.5x. So it's just that's that might help. The thing that I hate, the thing that I hate, the fact that here I'm scrolling vertically, but it's going horizontally. I would prefer if that thing was scrollable horizontally. Let's check that. Um, and just going to the next stage right away. But yeah, that's a that's an AI generated website. If I haven't seen one, ah, it works. I'm saying that because I have the exact same layout on one of the AI generated website that I used. So this for the case study might be a bit of a tight space to read, depending on how much text you want to have in there. But yeah, it's case study is kind of complicated. Like the aperçu is fine. The French is taking over. Uh, but yeah, I'm also like I'm trying to scroll horizontally, and therefore I'm going back, which is not good. Which is not good. Um, so small details. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it works. If I go into, do I have this one? I don't have this one. Um, I do have this one. Um, like this is an AI generated website as well, and it's using similar fonts. And I went in and added some teeny tiny things. Same thing in French. Um, and it's just I made sure to kind of bump the differences that the AI generation is doing so that it doesn't stand out too much that it is AI generated. And I don't think it does, but it kind of does. Um, but yeah, small. I understand. Like, I get it. I recognize the things. So the only thing that I would say is that your portfolio is good. The the loading might be a bit slow, even though it's kind of fast, but it might be a bit slow. As we have mentioned in the past, a lot of people are, a lot of hiring managers are making a decision uh, in a matter of milliseconds on your website. So if your website doesn't load, you're out. If your website loads, but it's like a loader, you're out. If um, like if the cursor is slow, you might be out. If here I don't know what you do, which that's not your case, you might be out. So there is like a ton of thing that could make your portfolio stand out a bit more. One of the things I say all the time is make sure that I have a bit of an information or an idea of what you worked on. So I have some previews. Like that's basically it. Nothing else. So you have at least a carousel something that showcase your work. Damn. Um, at the top of the page so that you have like something to showcase, and people that are coming in say, okay, that's the type of work that they have. Um, yeah, it is. It is. I'm basically saying the same thing, but right here on this website, which is not, again, not the best, but I have a bit of a preview of some of the products that I want to showcase. If I scroll, I have some more informations. If I keep scrolling, then I have the project in questions with the case studies and the presentations and the design and so on. But that's like lower down the line, not higher ups. Like the first thing that I want you to see is that, okay, I've worked with that one because it's a big ass brand. I work with that brand as well, this one as well. You can recognize some of them and so on. So yeah. So your homepage is good. The menu interaction is really cute. We like it a lot. Um, I mean, if a French person is looking for a job in France, it's gonna be in French. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, your menu is good. It works. It's anchors. That's fine. This animation is cool, but it's also something that I don't give a shit about until later. Um, like I don't. I I would say that, and that's gonna sounds kind of um, potentially bad, but I don't, as a hiring person, I don't give a shit about you until I know that you are good enough to be hired. And so if what I'm seeing is good enough, I'm gonna be interested in the about me section. But if what I'm seeing is things that are about you, I have no interest. And the probability of me being out of the website by now because I haven't seen a single work so far, very high. Like very, very high. So yeah, put that at the top. Put them at the top, make sure that they work and that the links are in there, that these things are sending me to the right place and I have, the presentation and so on. But yeah, overall, again, as you said in your second message, your portfolio is pretty good. You have a good website, you have a good content, you have good presentation of stuff, and therefore it has like the potential of being recognized as good candidate for what you're applying for, or like freelancing and so on. But yeah, if you're looking for, I forgot if I have this saved in my stars system. I think I do. Yeah, you probably have heard of that, um, which is a guy that decided to build an assistant thing that basically is applying to jobs on his behalf, like looking at jobs opening and applying on his behalf, creating a resume on demand per job opening and just applying and so on. So basically an open flow of job applying. And yeah, um, and then he got a job apparently. So yeah, that's potentially a thing that you want to use. It seems to be pretty interesting, but the reason why I'm showcasing this, I know that you are mostly freelancing based on your first message. Um, you could probably switch the system, like take the base, switch the system, and say, I'm looking for leads for my business and not like a new job. So I'm trying to, instead of tailoring my CV, I'm going to tailor my cold outreach email on LinkedIn and so on. So that's the thing. Like, for example, right now, I have uh, one person that is in the pipe for next month, roughly. Um, and they are in the pipe because we worked together last year and they liked what I did, and therefore they came back this year. That's the that's basically it. So no cold outreach, no, I mean basically nothing. uh, so yeah, might be useful. Might be useful. But yeah, other than that, everything in there is good. Um, Higher with the work. Maybe, as I said, maybe a smidge slower. Um, like I use that speed, which I already feel like it's kind of fast, but that is that is fast. Have a good work time, Malcolm. Thanks a lot for being here. Thanks a lot for the share. Appreciate it. Um, and come back when you've made the changes so that I can see the changes if you make some changes. Take care of yourself. Um, but yeah, like other than that, it's good. It's working, and you have everything. Um, and even though I'm gonna say that, and I know that this is sometimes it hurts the ego, so take that as you want. Sometimes it's easier to find a template and use the template instead of building our own stuff. So for me, as someone that is more of a framer person, um, I'm gonna go into the framer marketplace templates and look for, just a template that makes sense to me, and then just start with that and work with it and change it a bit, and then have the output that I wanted to have. Like maybe this one is the one that I wanted to, I don't know, to use, create, whatever, because it makes sense. And, I have like my website here and the thing that I wanted to showcase. And then I have like other works and whatever. This is a very good landing page, I'm not going to lie. Um, but it's done and I don't need to think about it. And it's good. I need to change the content. I need to change the images, and and then I'm good. This shouldn't be here. And then I'm good. And I don't. No more thinking. No more polishing the details and so on. It's just like everything is done. And yeah, no no more brain use. I feel like this is gonna be something that I can reuse. So I'm just gonna copy that to my own account because it makes sense. It's gonna be useful. Um, but yeah, like doing that is sometimes what needs to happen, and you may find something that is like closer um, to what you wanted to get. Like, let's see, in the portfolio section, maybe, and I'm gonna do something that is a bit different. I'm just gonna go for the paid first, and then um, let's say that this is like $129. And this one looks interesting. I'm probably gonna go check why is this thing $129? Like what makes it so good? Is it just because it's the animation? Is it just because the visuals are good? Is it just the transitions? And then from there, I would just figure out like what I like about it, what I don't like about it, and then take that within my own website. Like maybe that block right here is really good. The animation on reveal was really good, and therefore I'm gonna pick that. But the rest of the page makes absolutely no sense. Like that transition is really cool. Something that I don't see often. Maybe I'm gonna take that. And it's just like getting inspiration here and there. Most of these templates, by the way, are going to be more expensive, mainly because they have so much content, so much sub pages, so much variations that, yeah, you need basically everything to be able to build like the best version of the website that you're trying to build. So that's why they're expensive. But yeah, like everything in there is pretty cool. That footer is neat. I would change so much things within um, that whole portfolio, but yeah, I mean it's fine. These AI generated images are crazy. Anyways, I think overall your website is good. Um, I just think that the probability uh, of you getting something out of like inspiration based and or as a starting point faster by going through a template is always greater than trying to work for yourself. And thank you. And most of the time, um, working for yourself is the hardest thing you do because you are so specific on what you want to achieve. You want the best output, you want the best thing, you want to polish the details, you want to make sure that everything is in its place. And it's just, it takes so much longer to get your website out that you end up with no website. So, you know. Um, so, yes and no, it depends. That's a good question. Recruiters will figure out that something is from a template if they are seeing the same templates multiple times. Um, as in, if the recruiter is a design specific recruitment firm or person, then hi, welcome on in. Then they will probably see similar land page, similar portfolios here and there. But if it's like a general, yeah, general HR manager, a hiring person, nah. Yeah, I mean, basically, the camera is overreading, my computer is overreading when I have the windows closed. So, yeah, it happens. But we're still like 5 window closed. Look at this. You want some, you want some sun? You want, you want some light? It is. It is bright. It is bright around here. We have like I don't think uh, the one behind is gonna work. I'm probably gonna need to go and fix that. But yeah, it's a wild thing. We have a lot of light around here. That's the benefit of being on the top floor with um, 5 windows in the flat. So, I mean, 4 windows in the main room, 1 window in the bathroom. So yeah. No, meaning very, very tiny, very tiny. But I don't take flats that are not on the top floor. This is my bougie ass, as always. Um, I send the link back. Send the link back. Also, Grizz did something. Grizz didn't create a dick on drawing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's interesting. That is interesting. I don't understand why your first one was not flat, but I mean, it's interesting. It's a weird system. That's interesting. You did good. You did good on this. I don't have the link. You don't have your name in the link, and therefore it's just like it doesn't go through. But yeah, Jimmy, that's overall everything. I think having your project at the top would help for visibility. Basically, what I want to know as a hiring person, because that's what you're trying to do. If you just want to be hired as a freelancer, right? And I'm looking for a freelancer for my company, for example, what I want to know is what the fuck do you do? What have you done? And so, what the fuck do you do? Right there. Perfect. That's good. Right? It doesn't mean a lot to someone that is outside of the business. So if you just want to land very specific clients, then that would be good. But I have an idea of what you're doing. However, what do you do? I don't know. Like I don't really see um any of your work. So that's the sad thing here. And then I would expect to see some of your work around here. So put the work first. Um and then yeah, that's pretty good. I think the testimonials that are here um could benefit from being like a bit higher, but yeah, I see. Grace, that's a weird thing though, but I get it. But yeah, I would have what do you do? Project, testimonials, about me, basically, like in that order. The about me is roughly at the end. And if we go into the regular things, probably in portfolios, I was thinking about agencies, but like portfolio is gonna be a good option. We don't really have personal, so that's a different thing. Um, but even here, like I'm just looking at this front end consultant, and then I know what you do. I know who you are. I have some probable past work right here. Um, I know what you do. I have your vibe. I see the work that you've done right there. This one is better, but that's just like a me thing. Don't worry about it. Creative designer. I know what you do. I scroll a little bit. I have some projects. Here I have what you do in some project or some information about you in the presentation, and then the product right away. So again, the pattern is the same for everyone always, and it works. It's just like this is who I am. This is what I do. This is what I've done. Uh, Like that's the thing. And so what I do, what I've done, who I am, it's a bit of a better pattern right here. Um, but yeah, you know, it makes sense. It's simple, but overall good. I still want to make put the accent on that. It's overall really good. The website is good. Let me reload this. Mm, I don't know. I don't know. Kane. I don't know. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, eh. uh, yes and no. So, yes, it's cool. It's an interesting layout. It's an interesting system. No, because it's not in the same order. So basically, you have your articles, portfolio, labs, and timeline, and here you have your labs, article, portfolio, and timeline. So you're switching your labs. So you're going further down. So like I don't like this. Um, but it's fine. I would still do one things, um, a one column. Like this section doesn't really help me as a viewer as much as I think you think it does. Uh, the 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 dock being at the dock, the thing at the bottom being at the thing at the bottom is fine. Uh, I don't know if it's better. I don't know if it's better. I think it would be better here because on mobile this makes a lot of sense. On desktop, I don't know. Again, I'm gonna repeat myself. I really think that with this, if it was a single column with everything in it and it's a single scroll, specifically on desktop, specifically on mobile, my bad, it would make so much more sense because you have the quick access to the section in question, but you can scroll through the entire thing. And if I click on labs, for example, it's going to just scroll me to the lab section. And mobile wise, this is going to be so much better. And it should still float, by the way. But yeah, that's your mobile layout. It should be your mobile layout. And then the light mode is shit. What the fuck did you do? Uh, oh my god. That's not accessible in the slightest. That is so bad. But yeah, no, I again, still, I do think that the one single column is the best option that we have. Um, for your use case right here, because I mean, it's mainly usability wise. I feel like it would make a lot more sense from the viewer point of view to just have to scroll and not have to click. Because right now I have to click. And on any other website that I go to, I just scroll. Like I open the thing, I just scroll. So that like that makes more sense. Here I open the thing and then I start to scroll, but it does nothing. So I'm expecting it to be clickable, and then I click on something and it goes somewhere else, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? So yeah, single column might make more sense to me. Daddy, hi, good morning. Good morning. How are you? How's the day going? I am currently dying. God damn. God damn. This is not gonna help. But we're gonna take it anyway. Hi. Maybe the light mode is not good. Yeah, that's why I'm dying. Benny, it's 24 here, and I can't live at 20. I'm this close to
Denny
yesterday.
1 buck just resubscribed for 18 months.
Yesterday, last night, I was this close to restart the AC because it was like 21 out, 22. I don't like the heat. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. I know. I mean, I mentioned that I need to live in the north of the planet in summer and in the middle-ish of the planet in winter. And the best place is a place that is close to Iceland, I think. Like Finland, as not Iceland, Finland, Sweden-ish. There is like an island somewhere in there that is roughly at 23 degrees almost all year round, and that's fine. That's good to me. Um, just try it out, Kate. Just just try it out. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, but at least we would know. I think the layout is good. I think the this thing is good. I just want to have everything underneath. Like I just like the maybe you can keep that as quick access, but it needs to scroll to the right section. Again, it's I'm giving you the advice on the behalf of hiring person and common behavior. As I mentioned earlier for Jimmy, I open the website. If I see your work, then I'm kind of good. If I need to do something about my navigation, and it's not like an obvious thing, and my obvious thing on any website is I start scrolling and the scroll does nothing, I'm kind of lost. Therefore, I believe that your UX and usability skills are going to be lower than the rest of the pool that I've seen that just make the thing scroll. That's the reason. Um, I'm taking from the data that everyone is getting like scrolling website. In which case, if I go into that website, what do I do first? I scroll. And if there is something underneath, I'm gonna keep scrolling. But that's the thing. If I, I mean, I'm dead. You know, you know, if I'm here and I scroll and there is something underneath, I'm gonna keep scrolling until I reach the point where I can't scroll anymore. And so that's the behavior that people have. So I would love for this to just be okay. And then we'll see. Maybe it's shit. Maybe it's shit and it doesn't work. But based on what you shared, um, did you share that on the? Yeah, you did. Based on this one, um, like I I scroll. So here I'm gonna scroll first, and that the home page, for example, I arrive here. That's the home page. I'm gonna scroll, and then there is like a more project and more stuff and whatever. But I have scrolled, and therefore I have seen things that I can click on and learn more and see the details and so on. But yeah, um, yeah. Nonetheless, even if it's not for hiring purposes, uh, people navigating to your site will need to figure out what they need to do on the website. So, but um, if it's just like a blog, then I think starting with articles right away because you scroll, and if you have like more articles and you have the content, then that will probably help. Um, oh yeah, I that's true. I didn't say that. This will be infuriating for a lot of people. I want to click on this thing, and I, I can't reach it. Um, so yeah, that's a cool concept, but that's not practical. I want to be able to click on the dinocloud.com thing, but I can't. It's just leaving. It doesn't want to stay. Nonetheless, I maybe we need more articles. Maybe we need more content in there that is more related to what you really want to have on the website before we can move on to change the layout. Um, because maybe it's just the content based that is um, not good enough, and if you have the content, um, you will have like a better understanding of what can be done. So yeah. Welcome back, Stony. How was the meeting? All good meeting? All bad meeting? Um, yeah, no, well, that happens. That happens. Um, eh, yeah, but it's necessary, so you know, have to. Have to is a have to. It's fine. It's not every day. So. I'm currently dying. The camera is currently dying as well. Holy shit. um, I don't think you need one post, Kane. I think you need 15. Tickle, welcome on in. I have taken one of the meds, not the others, which I forgot about. Did I take the other meds? No, I haven't. Um, And I'm saying 15, not as in you need 15 for the end product. I'm saying you need 15 now so that you see how the content is going to be laid out. Did I do that? I did it. Yeah, I didn't. I agree with that last statement. It is great. But yeah, no, I think you need like a lot more of content, a lot more of a realistic-ish amount of content that you will have in the end so that you can plan for what will happen. Because I feel like this homepage that you have done now is an additional page because you don't have enough content to fill one of the pages. And this one is good enough, but if you had like twice as much articles with, as I said last time, some of them that are like 3 blocks, some of them that are 2 blocks, some of them that are 1 block, so 3FR, 1FR, 2FR in your grid, then maybe you can make the agencing and the layouting and the grid a bit more interesting, and therefore you'll figure out that starting with the article is good enough. And in the portfolio piece, same thing. Maybe you have like 2FR, like 2 by 2, maybe 1 by 1, maybe a 2 by 1 for these ones, like larger things but different layouts, and just like a lot more content and see how it looks. Even if there is nothing in it, like I'm really pressing the fact that like the lab is empty and it shouldn't be. Like the articles is basically empty. Like you have some articles but not enough. So yeah, again, um when I did can for the blog, I didn't care. I just said, okay, I need at least 10. So let me build like 10 articles that are making sense, and then let's release them on a rolling period, right, from November when I started to later down the line. Um, and that's it. And it's shit, but it works. And it worked so well that I'm gonna blur that for 1 second. Um, someone sent me a DM yesterday, and PG was talking with Claude, and I popped it. I don't know why I'm in the middle of the word Dex, but I'm right there as a reference used by Claude for his research. So yeah, I mean he's basically building the same thing that I'm doing. So obviously we help each other. But yeah, as I said, I made like 10 articles for the SEO a year ago, which are right here. And then that was it. And because of that amount of articles, I said, okay, so that's it. That's enough content so that I can scroll again from the same thing as earlier. And then from that, I understand that there is no need for very bright and different layout on this thing. So I can just go with a very simple uh, list, and it worked. And that's good enough. So for you, right here, I'd go with as many articles as you want to have. So maybe you need like 15, maybe you need 10, maybe you want to only have 3 articles, and then from there decide what you want to do in terms of layout, so that it makes sense. But yeah, I would do this though. I feel like this is gonna be either here or yeah, it's this one. That's the aside. That's the main. Um, and if I get that with a padding, god damn it. Um, sorry. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. I guess. Dang. Give me more space. Give me more space. Please. Please. Mainly because when you're switching page, and if I scroll a bit and I'm switching back like on something else, it doesn't it it doesn't scroll back to the top of the section. So it's just like it's so crammed at the top that yeah, just give me more space. More space there. Something good. But yeah, give yourself more content, give yourself enough stuff so that you can trigger the layout, and then it will help. It will be good. Um, as Haft mentioned, I'm gonna stay there because it's here. When I decided here to lay out some of the channels and the indentation and so on, I made sure to have a fake 15 to 20 channels to see if the indentation was enough of a difference to be noticeable when you have like a ton of channels. So if you just do that, ah, ah. If I have 1, 2, 3, and I put 1 into 1, 2, or 3 into 3, 2 into 3, but underneath, second one into 2, and so on, making sure that you have like enough indentation when you're looking at them to see that these ones are outside, these ones are inside of this thing. Like that was the plan. And right now, the only thing that I'm seeing is that potentially there is a need for last child more space, because right now it's a bit cramped. So if this is a thing, if there is a group, like a group of channels would need maybe a 16, like 1 rem of additional margin at the bottom, just to separate things, to make things a bit easier. And when you're looking at like discords, that's basically what happens. You have your LAN channels, and then you have a lot of space, and then you have the whole thing, and then you have a lot of space. So that is something that's going to need to be changed. But yeah, making sure that everything is just like with enough content so that you figure out if it's working and if it's worth it. Yeah, this is true. This is true. But yeah, other than that, Stony, going back to you, because this has been resetted for some fucking reason. You or I need something that I can either play with directly or I'm probably not going to be able to do anything about it. That's the that's the truth. I don't know exactly how Phil's has done the thing with the server and so on, but I have access to it. It works. It's running. It'll be good. Uh, but yeah, I don't know what additional. I don't know what additional thing. I don't understand. Let's let's be honest and let's be real. I don't understand it because I haven't deep dived into the code base um, as much as I wanted to do. But yeah, that's the first thing. Um, but most importantly, I don't think, or I do think that the backend should be held on the domain and then accessible even in dev and prod from the domain itself. Because I don't know what you want to do with the backend. I don't know what's in there other than potentially getting the actions, um, the commands, if that's a thing that you want to store per user per stuff. In which case, then you're good. Convex your backend. use Convex. Convex is good. I'd, I need an affiliate link with Convex. I just it's good. It works everywhere. I have made it work on the web. I have made it work on iOS. I have made it work on Android as well. It's easy. Um, yeah, I know. I know. I just you know, I'm not technical enough to be able to help on this one. If the backend doesn't do anything, like that's the thing. I know. Yeah, but you've done, which you've been invited to, by the way. I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if I still have it. God damn it. You've done all that already, which implies a ton of things. So I don't know if all that is good or not. I couldn't help myself. I cleaned up I cleaned up the table. I had to. I had to. I couldn't let that live. God dang. Ah, what a pain. Um, but overall, it makes sense. I feel like it's very similar in a way to most um of the stuff that I've done individually, like commands, rewards, and permissions kind of make sense, but not really, but kind of. Um, Chat for like controls makes sense. Moderation is basically the same thing. Stream info is fine, but I feel like it should be at the level of moderation. Community is something that is different and that makes sense. And then the other thing that you have, meaning the music request, the widgets, the other integrations, if you have other thing that comes in, makes sense. And then the settings, billings, um, and data, which should be inside of the settings, is okay. But all of that should be within this section. Nonetheless, um, it's 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 simple enough. It's simple enough that people should understand it, and I feel like all of that might be a lot of pages that you don't need. Um, but yeah, we'll need to check. Yeah, the fact that it generated all of that is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot. That is a lot, but it works. I think you need to send me a paragraph, like a massive block, not 16 messages on Discord with everything that you have in your current implementation on your side, um, so that I can then check with this and say, oh, that page is useless, or that page needs to be redesigned, reworked, whatever. Um, that thing is already good, and so on. I feel like you already have like 99% of that. So again, if I could, because that's the thing, if I could just run the thing on my own on my side, then it would make sense. But right now, that's not working. So yeah. Um yeah, I feel you. I understand, Gain. I understand. It's it's a lot. Again, Stony, I don't know what is broken, and I don't think you can answer me, which I know sounds weird. Um, but if I just go there, right? That's your that's your thing, and I just I forgot if it's an npm start or something else. Nothing works. That's the thing. It gives me, if I go through the system that we've done, and I'm just gonna uh, node setup, even though I've done it already, but you know, whatever. Um, uh, shit, I forgot that. It's a mistake. So no Discord, nothing, no Cloudflare tunnel because I don't have access to that. And then um, you want that. Two. That. I'm getting this page, which is good, right? That's what we want to have. But then when I click on this thing, I'm getting a nowhere key, mainly because the environment variable is not set because I don't have your app key. and secrets and stuff that I need to get access to, because it's the same app. And yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I said at the beginning of the stream. I can't run the server while I'm streaming. Um, Not as a dedicated uh, Docker container and .NET stuff at the same time. So that's why I'm saying, in order for me to be able to get access to this thing and to make it work, I need the server to be somewhere else, and I can just ping it. Um, the same way that basically I can get into ban from wherever because the the server, the backend, and so on is on Convex. So it's just like it's hosted there. It's good there. It's working. That's it. It doesn't reset tomorrow. You burned through your whole week of stuff. God damn. God damn. That's crazy. Anyways. Let's go back to this thing because we can't run on this. I know. I know. Mm-hmm. So what we want to have, yeah. So I mean that's why I said you should probably use Pencil instead of Figma in order to do that, because that would work. Claude would be able to follow its own mockups if the mockups are here. Like right there. Because that's HTML, and therefore that's fine. Like the system kind of understand it. And yeah, Pencil is going to be a bit of a better thing for you when it comes to this. I tried to fix the errors, but without working, like this burned through 100% of my daily usage, trying to figure out everything. And the issue that it has is that these things, for example, are component groups in Figma, and they need to be dedicated components. And when we ungroup them, the clothes figured out that this should have been some sort of a dedicated group, component groups, and it regroups them, and that's just so bad. So yeah, I tried to figure it out. I tried to see if like these things could be split in a way that just like help in the generation, but apparently it doesn't work. So yeah, I tried. I tried. This is supposed to be different. These things are supposed to have 3 different things. These ones are weird. um, I don't know why this happened, but this happened. But yeah, I tried and it kind of breaks. And so right now, I can't do shit either. Yeah. I mean, that's why I said, do you want me to take a look at it and work with it as a on the side? Because I mean, it would be easier for me to just touch the design stuff than it would be for you. So that's that was the reason. And obviously using pencil and Figma at the same time is a very wrong thing to do. So yeah. Like, this makes absolutely no sense. That comment on pencil and Figma at the same time makes no sense, means that the stream is probably gonna lag. That's all I'm saying. For example, that, and that don't need to exist. These things are just like different sizes, and then that's something that we need to have in order for the system to understand, as in Claude to understand that this is something like 3 sizes. There will be a thing on the side, but that's about it. Nothing else. Same here, like these ones makes absolutely no sense. It's just like a different colors of buttons, but we need all 3 variations for the sizes. But yeah. Overall, that makes more sense. Yeah. I'm gonna see if it does the mistake that it doesn't need to do, but I feel like it will. And also the fact that I'm running this at the same time, computer died. So when I ran that earlier today, it was such an amazing thing to see. So yeah. Let's see if you're making it. This is so slow. This is so slow. Yeah. That was so sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah. This is quite, yeah. Yep. Quite good. Uh, See, this is what I love about pencil, because right now it's just like turning each of these things into components. Inside of Figma, it would have been select all, create multiple like different components. But with pencil, it's just like, okay, cool. Let's just, you can't do that. You can't like take this and select multiple of them and say create components out of this. So you need to do that one by one, and therefore having the agents do that for you is such an easier thing. And so now this, for example, needs to go in there as the sidebar, because it needs to be a component sidebar thing. So that's cool. And the agents are done. And now I have everything split, properly split. And that's great. That's great. All of that makes absolutely no sense. I don't understand how, I haven't really deep dived into how Pencil is going to work with the variation of the same components, because this here is the variation of what it is. So that thing is just state default, state hover, and state disabled. And these things together needs to be combined into one component group, as in variation of the same component, but I don't remember exactly how to do that. I think we do have some appearance effect things that we can change with some context, but yeah. Other than that, that's it. That's the thing. So this is pretty good. That's so much. That's so much reattaching, to be honest, that I'm kind of scared of what can happen. Again, earlier when I launched this, it burned through the entirety of my usage. So that's something. uh, it just restarted. We just burned through 32% by simply reattaching the components together. Yeah. At least I have some additional spending available officially, but yeah. Which if you haven't checked when you have received your email that says that you should enable extra usage, it gave me like $17 for free. For free. Anyway, the fans are going lower, so I'm kind of fine with that. God damn. I don't think I have a choice. That's the thing. That's gonna be It's gonna be a tonight issue. And the fact that pencil is a bit of a wrapper around Cloud Code, it's a bit of a gray area based on the latest privacy and policies and stuff that they have put in place. I don't really know if it's going to be available for long enough. I think it will, because it's not exactly the same thing, but I also understand if they decided to cut that thing. Yeah, we'll see. Let that run in the meantime. And this is a very bad idea from me, but you know, whatever. Whatever. We're gonna kill Figma because Figma is no good. And then in here, in the channels sidebar, want to add one, right? Yeah, 1.5. And bottom margin to every folder, I guess. Yeah, I guess that should work. Oh, I have a question, Stony. I have a question for you. It's working now. Cool. Not here. In here, I'm currently on the design branch, but Phil's is on the main branch. So the thing that I just fetched, is it going or coming from the main branch, going to the design branch? Or is it like I have done something in design earlier and I forgot about it? Are they synced properly? Hmm. Great, we have more space. So if I wanted to check the difference in between what fields have been working on, for example, do I need to close that, like merge that with the main, which is something that fields needs to do, and then move back to main? Or do I need to pull from main? Like, how the fuck do I do that? Do you know? Git diff. What that do? Not that. I don't have cloak. Remember that. Yeah, that doesn't seems to be the answers I was looking for. Gonna be honest. That 1.5 nonetheless is good. Yeah, that's been added. That's my main container. Is this properly based? It's not necessarily done. That's not necessarily good. It stopped, so that's I don't like that, but yeah. Um, mhm, I see. Well, have fun if you can't hear me. um, so it linked the sidebars, which is good, but it didn't necessarily link the rest. Apparently, most of these other things, like that button, is not linked either. Um, it's gonna be kind of weird. Also, I noticed this, Stony. This is something that is not necessarily for you or something that is like you care about. It doesn't really matter. But apparently, Claude is doing this. They are adding dividers cells to get the spacing to be properly behaving. So instead of having like a div container with all of these actions in an input on the other side and having a flex between, it adds a spaces on everything, and so you can notice that on 99% of these things, like most of the issues with the table is because they have spaces that have specific length, and therefore you end up with uh, an issue because it's not supposed to be there. Like these things are supposed to be, well, not there. That's the issue. So it's pretty interesting to see how that is not working. But yeah, uh, as always, it's fun to me to see how they have decided or how Claude decides to build the layout on its own. Um, but yeah, nothing has been updated. I don't see a lot of like these buttons, for example, should have been replaced by the buttons, and that's not the case. These things should have been replaced by the components as well. It's not the case. So not uh, not all of pages have been transformed. So yeah, I'm just gonna save that, kill it. It takes too much resources. Too much resources. Um, I don't think I want to see the diff between my current branch and main is the uh, yeah. Yeah, rebasing or merging main into design is it just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's just weird. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's good that it's automated and I don't have to do anything about it because, yeah. Um, Noms, Noms bot. I feel like this is gonna be broken for a while. Mm-hmm. What is this? I see. I see. Yeah, you don't have audio. No audio for you. This thing is not working. I mean, it makes sense based on that charts. That that makes sense. But yeah, I don't I don't know. I feel like this is broken. Um, it did merge instead of rebase apparently, which is fine. But yeah, I guess rebase would have been better. Um, which is viable. It's something that I can do by just stopping that here and then going back here and then going back just like that. And then pressing enter. Mm. Mm-mm. Yeah, that makes no sense. See, it's not gonna work. I can't do that. Um, dashboard. We had the dashboard. I don't know. I can't see. I can't get access to it. That's the thing. I tried, and it's broken on my end, and I can't make it run. So yeah. That's a wild thing. Sorry, I just saw stuff and I'm impressed. Um, that's the thing that I don't understand. See? I mean, you don't see because I'm not zoomed in, but like basically you have all of these things that are like 4 hours ago, 11 hours ago, 13 hours ago, yesterday, and so on, that are from the main. And then on design, we have less of them, but we still have the refactor from 3 hours ago that went in. And that's the thing that I don't understand. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why, how things are going. And I think the best option would be for Phils to merge stuff within, like merge the design branch to his end. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Technically, yeah. Technically, he doesn't. I think the last thing he said was I could probably do something, but I didn't. So, yeah. Isn't that cute? Well, based on that thing, apparently rebase is conflicting, which is weird. Because that means that Phil's probably has touched some things, in which case I would rather he take care of the merging rather than me, because I wouldn't be able to check what are the difference, what needs to be checked, and so on. Cat, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. How have you been? How's the day going? How's everything? You lost your streak? You did not? God damn. Congrats. This themes changing things is really good. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's pretty cool. Well, everything is bad. It's too hot for me. I have reached my limits. I am probably about to reopen the AC for tonight because I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. It's 20 degrees and I'm gonna die. This makes no sense. I need to move to a climate that is like, I don't know, 16 degrees tops, sometimes 22. The other thing that is kind of fun, I mean, kind of fun, not really, but the other thing that's kind of fun for me is the fact that basically it's going to be um 22, 25 degrees, like today and tomorrow. And then guess what? We're going back to 15. So pulling the AC um, for this, maybe not. Maybe not. But we're going, I mean, the difference in, congrats on the stream streak, Chris. The difference in stuff is crazy. Like 6 to 13. We have 10 degrees of difference on Friday. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Anyways, so we have this, which is the thing that we wanted to have, which is good. No. Almost. Almost. You are kind of close. You are 272, 271, 272. Yeah. Kinda, yeah, Kane. I don't like the heat. I don't like the heat at all. Not in the slightest. And but I let me take that back. I don't care about the heat in Japan. And tickle for me, anything above 21, I'm dying. It's too hot. So we have very opposite taste. Like right now in Japan, it's starting to be uh, very like hotter and hotter. It's gonna start to be the same thing. We have like a very similar range, nonetheless, but it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. So, for example, Saturday, I would be dead. I would be dead. And the issue that I have is the drastic changes. So, for example, today and tomorrow being at 25, if then we stay at 25 for a week, I'm fine with 25. But if we go back to 15 and then we go back to 13 and then we go back to 25, that pisses me off. My body doesn't have the time that it needs in order to accommodate for the temperatures. Whereas in Japan, at least from my point of view when I was there, I was gradually, kind of fast, but gradually going up to the temperatures that are like 35, 40-ish degrees. And it was fine because my body had the time to adapt. But when it's drastic like this, that I can't do that. I can't live with it. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. So yeah, that's the thing. Ooh, that's bad. In the main chat, no. In the chat messages, when the message receive, yes, an emoji reaction. We need to have a tooltip. Nope. Pop over. Pop over on hover. Then let the user know has reacted. Is it good rain though? Because there is good rain. There are times where it's just like it's raining, but it's not cold rain or too hot rain. it's like good temperature rain. It's fine. It's just gray outside. But I want to be clear. For me, it's not an issue because I live inside. So if it's raining, it's raining. I'm fine with it. Oh yeah, small rain and a boat. Some people have boats. Interesting. Yeah. I always have a very hard time with flooding. It it just it doesn't make a lot of sense. It, but also I hate what I'm about to say. Um, this is the you probably have seen that before, and with people inside, you kind of see uh, the difference. This is Tokyo flooding infrastructure, meaning that underneath Tokyo there is these things that basically ensure that any flood or water level that would raise somewhere would go here instead and then pass underneath the city instead of in the street. And you can see how often, based on the color of these columns, this is happening. Like most of the time, it's going to be around the middle point, which is like massive amount of water, but it is underground. So you don't really realize that there is a flooding happening. It's just like it's flooding, but underneath, and therefore you don't see it and you don't have any issue with it. So uh it's yeah. What I love about it is the fucking size of this shit. Goddamn. I don't know if you could hear this one, but this one was loud. But yeah, but they have like a ton of them. They have the tunnels, they have the cave, like the very bigger one, which is such an attraction. Um, and it's really impressive to see when they are like in use because of the rains. But yeah, it's you know, it's pretty neat. So yeah, flooding for me is a bit of a weird thing, and here in Paris we have kind of some similar things, but it just doesn't work as well. So yeah, we do get floods at times, but same thing. It makes sense. Like I mean, for me, it's this thing where I'm like, you live the closest you could have been to a river, and then you get surprised when the river is flooding. Like that has never made any fucking sense to me. Like I'm like, yeah, of course, it's gonna happen. So most of the times when I select where I'm gonna live, I'm gonna be somewhere that is not as close to the fucking thing as before. And um, similar, right? I used to live. God damn, that's tiny. I used to live right here, and the river is right there. So when we had some flooding, I had my street that was flooded, and it was like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm close to the fucking thing. That's my fault. I decided. I chose to live here, but it's just eh. Ah, that doesn't seem to work. Do I need to refresh this? Yeah, I mean the choice were mine, and it was the flat that was available to me. And therefore, because I am living close to the river, I was like, well, if there is a flood, there is a flood. That's it. And then there was a flood, and that was it. It's like the thing that is kind of more impressive for me is my south of France when I grew up city thing. Sorry, let me go there. This, sorry, this this bridge also, God damn, 1 second. This river, right? Uh, and this bridge, if I remember correctly, we had the water as high as here. I can't I can't I can't look on the side of the bridge, but I mean you have a bit of an idea of how how high it went. And this is the river in the regular time, regular activities, no real issues with it, and you know, god damn, uh, I don't understand. I really don't. I don't know why and how this teeny tiny uh, uh, water flow thing reached here. Makes no sense. Like, I don't I think we have like some of the pictures, but this is like from a long time ago. This is not so long time ago. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how high this bitch went, and then we did a ton of construction and reconstruction to make sure that the sites were safe and so on, and now it's okay. But god damn, it's such a wild thing. And again, for the three of you that says that this is pretty, I would agree if this wasn't where I grew up, because it is, and therefore, this is just like a regular Tuesday for me. Like it's just I don't see the beauty in it. I'm just, yeah, I was born in it, and therefore I'm like, well, yeah, that's just that's how the south of France is, which implies, obviously, um, why this is more appealing to me because this is not where I grew up, and a big city with infrastructure that makes sense and the ability to do whatever the fuck you want, whatever you want, um, and you know, all of that is way more appealing to me. Um, I wouldn't say that. I don't think I don't think this is as pretty as it look. I mean, as pretty as it look, as pretty as people may say. Um, Mainly because I know that there are other places around here that might be considered as prettier. But then again, the other, like, kind of more complex things to figure out, I would say that this is uh, the old village, and the village itself, like right now, this is more how it looks, which is like more regular houses, I would say, when you go a bit more on this side than the old village. Um, but like this place is more interesting than the bridge to me. It has like a lot more architectural interesting things, meaning that all of the arches and the shops and the restaurants and so on are more like an interesting thing. Obviously, I like shit like this in terms of the view because there is architecture in there that makes more sense. So, like different interest, of course. Get down. It's very do nothing kind of vibe. Yeah. Bitch, get me out. Alright, cool. Yeah, and that's the thing that I think I said that uh here. Let me not really here, but kinda. Um that's where we were. If we go back somewhere around here, maybe that's in the top. So we could. These mountains, obviously, there is a big ass tree like right there, but these mountains, these things, that view that you will have in a second when we reach the top of this teeny tiny Balan. Um, this is a lot more interesting of a view than the rest. Like that is prettier, that thing. But this view right here is, to me, was kind of similar when I went in Japan and we went into the countryside near Tokyo, and it's basically the same thing. And I have a feeling that everyone that lived in the countryside of their country, in a, a, a place where there is some mountains, there is some rivers, there are some older houses, and there are some trees, you will have a similar experience. So, uh, For example, if I go, ah, where's my stuff? That's gonna take a while. Uh, if you go in the countryside of Japan, right here, the only thing that is different are these. But the rest, to me, is basically the same vibe. It obviously there is a bit of a color difference, but that's the vibe of I get. And the mountains are similar, the trees are different, but that's the only thing that I'm like, oh damn, that's such a shock. No, it's just like, yeah, I get it. Somewhere around here. Um, where's my... Also, don't be alarmed. This is normal. Uh, don't be shocked. It's fine. We went here, we moved there, we go back up. Finding the street to go where we need to go is such a weird thing. I don't think we have access to this. God damn. Okay, these things, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it feels very much similar when I'm looking at the trees right there. It's just like we don't have these ones, but we have all the other ones right here. Like it's more olive trees because oils and olives is what we do in the south of France. But here, it's just I don't know. It's interesting. In here, though, is that the thing? I need the real map. I, I recognize the map. I've been here in that hotel. I've been in something else that is further down. If I have the train station that is here, then we go back here, we go back up. We have the lake somewhere in there. Denny, I don't think I can. Um, like, uh, uh, Kanazawa was fine, mainly because of the sea. Like that was nice, but it's not necessarily somewhere that I stayed close to. Um, but the the things in Osaka are nice. These teeny tiny. They're not this teeny tiny, but they are kind of teeny tiny. Island right there are pretty cool. There is a lot of things. I mean, it depends what is unreal to you. I think Anna is the best for this. She's made a video last time of one of the closest island to Tokyo directly, and it's really good. This one is a very interesting, like that's Japan, and I yeah, and this is like the thing that is really fun about this thing is that it is uh right there. So it's 3 hours from Tokyo in boat, and it's just like very, very, very easy to access, and it's just it's such an interesting thing because no one goes there. Um, but if you're looking for urban area that I'm not really um like uh, surprised by the urban area, I would rather go here. Um, if I can find it, if it's in there. I know she talked about it. Maybe it's not on that one. If there is a cat, we stay for the cats. But there is like this um port kind of thing is really interesting. It's kind of like Venice for you. The houses are not like on floaters, but they are very close to the the sea, and therefore there is like a lot of interesting things happening. In summer, there is a lot of very cool um, colors that are coming out, um, which is pretty nice. I wish we had the temple that we have in. I forgot if it's this one or if it's the previous one. That's the thing. Um, I mean, I've watched so many, so many. Um, there is this very common um let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna I'm gonna say tall. There is a very known um yeah, that one. This one is very impressive when it comes to when you see it in front of you. Um it is massive. The A right here is roughly my size. So just to give you an idea. And there are like a ton of people that went there. You can see like the size of the tree in in this entire thing. Um, it is like what we like about it is the snow and the trees and everything. So that's one of them that is very, very popular and impressive as a temple. This one, I have pictures of it. It's a temple in Kyoto that is gold. It's not made of gold, but it's gold. Like it's gold leaves on the entire outside, so it shines through everything. It's really pretty, but that's it. There's nothing else. At least from my point of view, there's nothing else. I'm very much impressed by the fact that the architecture is still uh, standing more than anything. Like with the amount of earthquakes and tsunamis and other things, the fact that these wooden structures are still standing is what is more impressive to me than the technological things. The cyberpunk um, lights, I didn't really see it um, as much as you think there is in Japan. But yeah, there was snow for a day and a half. It started snowing and then it stopped and then it stays for 3 hours and then it was melted right away. And that's what happened. Not the best. Not the best. Um, but then I'm very like into the architecture that is like modern architecture. Um, so shit like this is more interesting to me in terms of uh, mind blown of what has been created and how it's standing and such compared to the neon lights. But there still is like this place right here is a very interesting wooden structure. Um, so it's fun. It's fun to see. But that's it. I would say um, the one that I liked the most was this one in terms of a structure, like the which this is still my Instagram. Makes more sense for me to figure it, like to show you some of the pictures that I took. I have taken, I took. Um, so that's a very interesting thing. It has like a weird shape. Each of the lines are kind of wooden thing, so it's fun to see. This one is a Starbucks with wooden crosses everywhere. Um, most of the buildings are kind of classical. This one is the golden temples. It was snowy the day that I was there, so you know, kind of fun. But yeah, that again, very impressed that this is still standing where it is. Like the island itself is one of the shakiest because it is a small island, and still, this bitch is still standing. How? I don't. So yeah, overall, the lights in question we don't have. I mean, I didn't see a lot of them. Um, most of the times, most of the buildings have been like reconstructed, and they are doing like some weird things. Um, so yeah, I'm not. That's the best answer. I'm not. If I go back to Japan, these three, like the flowers, the cakes, and the buildings are gonna start being posted on again. But because I don't have flowers around here, which is really sad, and the buildings in France are really shit. Really shitty. Yeah, not the best option. Not the best things. But yeah, no, I don't think I have anything that is like neon light. This is potentially the only neon light that I have, which is the ads in Shibuya. So there is the known Shibuya crossing right about here, like lower here. And it's for me, it's just a pedestrian crossing, so it makes absolutely no sense to take pictures of this. But yeah, not a thank you. Um, you have all of them, by the way. Not there. There. My bad. All four of them um, in here. But yeah, no, no real more skies, to be honest. I would say that's the thing that I was the most blown away by. And I know it sounds cliche, and you know, I get it, but the sky in Japan is different than the sky somewhere else. Um, when I'm taking a picture of the sky in France, I'm never getting these colors. And right here, there is a filter based on the camera that I used to take that picture. Um, but the perception of the color is such that it, I don't know, these are colors that I've basically never seen outside of Japan, and I don't really understand why that's the case, but that is the case. And it's just like very interesting to see. It's based on the location and the flatness of the location and the way that the sun is hitting and so on. But yeah, that's just uh, that's just the thing. Other than that, no real um like these ones don't exist. Uh, JD, welcome on in. Welcome back. Um, like you don't see this. You you might see this, but you don't see this. Like it's not that blue, it's not that saturated, it's not that bright. It's like most of the time it's gonna be like this. Like daily life here, which is one of the crossing that I used to take kind of often because I lived uh, somewhere behind this. That's kind of the colors. It's very much orange y, but never this. Like this is a lot of restyling and so on. And then when you go in Kabukicho, which is the red district and the drinking district and so on, and the right place if you want to get a finger off. There will be some pink, but it's mostly going to be green and orange. And so the colors that you see are, even this one is overly saturated. Like you can see the colors on the skin. It's very much orange compared to what it's supposed to be. And that's the regular brightness of the thing. So you don't really have the bright neon lights that you are thinking about. I think the only one that is kind of bright is this one. But yeah, it's a bit of a different thing. Like most people have that perception that they will see such bright things, and not the case. Yeah, and also, I mean, any um, like the small food street um of Shinjuku. This one is one that we see a ton, so people think that this is what Japan is when, you know, every street is like wide enough to let a lot of people pass, but like because this is such an iconic street and this is the most photographed street in Yorkshire, then people think that that's the case. And so for the movie, for Lost in Translation, for I mean, there's so many movies that take place in Japan that have put a bit of an expectation like this is fake. This is truer to what it is. And you know, um so yes, it is Hollywood bullshit. This is more for realistic things. Though I will say the trees, yes, the trees will be that red. That I don't know how it happens, but the fucking trees are that red every fucking time. Um, but the neons, no, that's what I'm seeing. Like if, and I doubt I will be able to do that, but we never know. Let me get into where I lived, because that will probably help. Where the fuck you at? Um, yeah, kinda. So here, I used to live close by. So the station is there, and my flat is roughly around here. In that street, which is one of the neon street kind of thing. Um, it's kind of it's not that neon on its own. You have like a department store slash grocery shopping around here. You have like three shops right there. You have some girls, if you want some girls that are around here, with some dark alley with almost nothing except like three shops that don't do much. You have, if it lets me do that, on the main street, which is like a bigger a bigger width. You don't have much. There is not a lot of neons. There are not a lot of things, and it's just like it's not how it look in the movies. Um, but yeah, like that's the 99% of the time that's gonna be the thing that the movies are kind of off by a bit, and if I go, it's gonna be kind of complicated to get to. Um, if I go there, which is like basically going to my flat, there is some shops around here that have some neons at night, but not really like not that bright. And then uh, this one, Donkey, is the only one that's the department store slash everything shop that has a lot of music and neons and stuff, but it also like not that much, like that's, yeah, not that much. And then if I go to where I lived, we have a Domino's Pizza and uh, a cemetery right there, and then my flat, basically, right there. So like it doesn't have all of that neon light type of things. So yeah, and yes, that red tree thing is a common type of planet we have in Japan. But yeah, um, well, that's the thing. Not really. Even if I go back to, let's say, I'm just going to Kabukicho because that's the places that people are expecting when we say that, which is going to be somewhere around here, if I'm not mistaken. Everything that is past this street is going to be the red district, and therefore there are some neons for sure in all of that. But it's not as bright as people think it is. Like that's a closer street that you have in Japan most of the times, and people expect it to be the Kabukicho pic that I showcased, like that one. Um, it will. The 7-Eleven right here is the brightest thing that you see, but this is oversaturated, and like if I just do that, god damn it, every time, every fucking time. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna just do right here. If I just give you the realistic output, uh, it would be darker, kind of like this, and then the saturation is gonna be somewhere around here. Temperature is probably gonna be a bit cooler, depending on the time of the year, and yeah, like that. And even there, obviously there is like a ton of things that have been added and so on, but not not that. That yeah, that's a more realistic amount of lighting, and then the saturation needs to go a bit down, but like not that down either. So it yeah, that makes more sense. Like that again, this one is the most realistic that we have. It's a bit tinted in terms of the saturation for these ones, these orange things. This is tinted green, which is absolutely wrong. But that's like a more realistic thing. And obviously, this is a picture from an iPhone, or it looks like a picture from an iPhone. So there is some saturation addition. Um, but yeah, on a daily activity, this is roughly how it looks. So it doesn't look as bright and as interesting as people might say. Um, however, in Fukuoka, you have a lot more street foods like this, which they have brighter neon to attract some of the people that are like, eating and so on. So it looks closer to this, which is kind of nice to see, and it's chiller and it's more fun because it's just food, so we like food. Um, but yeah, for the neon street of Fukuoka, you don't have that much things. Like again, it's gonna be very much realistic. Like this one is kind of blue, but that's the amount of neon that you will see. Um, this one is kind of blue as well, but with a lot of red. So a lot of saturation, a lot of things. Um, that's a picture that is kind of realistic. Obviously, your phone is going to take the colors of the lamps and the brightness of the lamps to be like way more stronger than what they need to be. But yeah, and this is just an installation that is meant to have colors, so obviously there will be some. But again, most of the time, that's more realistic. Just it depends. So yeah, there is a lot of misconceptions, obviously, and I want to be clear. I didn't went everywhere, didn't go on every street in Japan. I just lived there for 2 years, so I have missed some spots for sure. And there is probably a lot of regions and things that I haven't seen that would be closer aligned with what are the stereotypes. Um, but yeah, like to me, it's not as bright and not as shiny as people think it is. But you end up with things like this, like everything that is closer to the bay and like the inner of the sea and so on, that are like kind of the industrial sections that are very much gray and very much not what people will think Japan is. Um, so yeah. I mean, on this one, it's mostly the issue is more like the photographer doing the retouching and so much retouching that you end up with something that is not really true to what it's supposed to be. But yeah, like this is not Tokyo. So yeah. Uh, Basically propaganda from after the Second War, if I remember correctly. Um, they decided, I mean, not decided, but like basically they were seen as negative for everything that they've done during the wars, and they decided to create a big ass marketing campaign to make sure that the world didn't see them as negative for the thing that they've done during the wars, and it worked. that's that's what it is. They would just had the best marketing, um, and everything is bright, and everything is friendly, and everything is fun, and everyone is smiling when you are seeing the content from Japan. Everyone is happy and so on, and it worked, and the marketing worked, and now everybody think that that's the case. And then you go there as a tourist for vacation, and you're like, fuck, everyone is so happy, everyone is so kind, uh, it was so nice, I can't wait to go back and live there. And then they go live there, and they figured out that they need to work with the paperwork, and the paperwork is not friendly people, and so on. And it's just like, well, yeah, makes sense. So there is, like, as I mentioned, my personal experience with Japan has been very good because I am someone that is already trained and raised with the Japanese mindset and manners. So I'm not someone that's gonna go out of my way to, like, I don't know, do something. I'm gonna be very much to myself. Probably 99% of the time, I'm gonna be at home and do the thing that I need to do. But because these things are happening at home, then I'm gonna stay at home. I'm gonna pay my taxes. I'm gonna go to the dentist when I need to go to the dentist, and so on. Um, and yeah, like that's the thing. And I'm still a guy, and therefore it's uh it's fine. Like it's okay. But I don't have any issues with the immigrations. I didn't have any issues with them. Didn't have any issues with the police. I didn't have any issues with anything other than my health. But then I mean, I went to the hospital. I stayed there for 3 weeks, and then everything was fine. So, it's just, I was fine. And then you take my cousin, which did the exact same thing as me. She went there for 1 year, and after 8 months, she said, I can't stay there. This is shit. I need to figure it out. And then she figured things out, and she stayed for a total of, um, I think, 9.5 months or 10 months instead of the full year, or not even. I feel like it was like kind of closer to, yeah, 8 months to 9 months or something, just because it didn't work for her, and that's a thing. But, like, again, I was aware that would have been the case for um for her as a pink hair feminist strong woman from France in a country where the woman doesn't exist. As like, well, that's gonna be complicated. You're gonna have a very hard time. And she was like, no, it's gonna be fine. Japan is amazing. And then she came back 8 months later. So, yeah, it happens. Did I have my ankle made? No, I had. Let me cry about it for 1 second. When my dad went to Japan before I was born, he bring back a handkerchief for myself and a handkerchief for my sister, and we lost mine when my dad died. I don't know where it is. We haven't found it in the house. So I used to have one, an official one, in sadly in elephant tusk, like a traditional one, and I don't have it anymore, and I'm so sad about it. But no, I didn't make my new one because I knew that this time I would stay only for 1 year, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense for me to just create one just for the first year. I'm planning on getting one when I go back and I know that I can stay for longer. Like, if I know that I can stay for 3 years, then It's gonna be easier. The thing that is also like kind of debatable is that nowadays the ankle doesn't really serve much, and we only use it for banks and some very official stuff. But as a foreigner that already has my phone number, my bank account, and my address, like physical address in Japan, without a Hanko on them, I still can um, be there, and I don't need it. So yeah, that's the thing. Um, but yeah, even buying a house nowadays, that's a bit of a complicated things, and based on um, the I mean, right now the housing market in Japan is kind of shifting just a smidge, not much, but a bit. Um, and finding a house in Japan, like in Tokyo center, it's feasible, but it's gonna be a bit expensive, but not that much expensive, to be honest. Um, but if you want a house, you're gonna be in places that are like kind of not in the center. I mean, Shiba is far away. Shiba is far away. Not gonna lie. Um, but it's cleaner, or it's calmer. I would say calmer, not cleaner. But yeah, nonetheless, everything that is around here as well. This is something that is going to be kind of amazing to see and experience, just because of how untouristic it is. Everything in there is going to be very, very, very calm and very nice, and we like it. But yeah, oh, that got it. I think the difference is usually um, you don't expect so much in such a small area. So then for your cyberpunk type of thing, the amount of compaction there is specifically in Tokyo is pretty amazing. Um, Meaning that the pictures that I took and all the thing that I like to see, things that are like right here, for example, right there. Um, these houses are not on top of each other, but they are kind of on top of each other. And oh, I went there. I remember that. And so the new houses are very close to the old one, and you have like a very sliver of space in between two houses. So it's very tight packed, and you're not really aware of that when you arrive for the first time. But like between these three buildings, there is a bit of a sliver of space right here and a bit of a sliver of space right there, and you can kind of go there, but you can't go there because it's too tight. And everything is kind of the same thing. So you have like a ton of packed stuff, which is pretty interesting the first time. But then once you've seen it, you've seen it. It's just that like it's how it is. Um, like there is no real other thing to say. But then you will see this. You'll see that on every street, 3 per street, 16 per street. See, there is another one right there. Just you have convenience stores everywhere. There is um, there is a corner in um, I think it's close to Shinjuku, but I forgot. But there is a corner where if you stand not on the street but almost, you can see I think seven. I think there is seven convenience store like from wherever you're looking, you have like a total of 7 all around you. This is crazy. Like it makes no sense, but you know. And the thing that we say that is kind of fun, that most people, when we're asking the question, the usual question of how, like, what's the most common thing in Japan, and people are replying convenience store. Apparently, there is more dentist than convenience store. So that's another thing. I don't know why there is so many dentists, but there is so many dentists. On the street that I lived in, there was another one. Like there was I think 3 dentists on the way to my gym. Like there is one dentist somewhere around here, I think. There is another one here, and then we have another one there or there. I forgot which one it is. But yeah, dentist everywhere, convenience store everywhere. I mean, basically everything everywhere all the time. Like in the street for my gym, which is right here. There is my gym that is somewhere around here or here, I forgot. And then there is another gym right there, and there is another gym right here or here, I forgot. It's the same thing. There is like the same stuff all the time in all the streets. There is like three to four hairdressers. Same thing. I mean, Harajuku makes sense. Where I lived is like fashion capital of Tokyo, so therefore a lot of hairdressers makes a lot of sense. But so many, so many, and then my hospital right there because I need to be there, which is limiting my options, by the way. As I mentioned last time, my house is here and my hospital is here. Therefore, I need something like, I mean, that was a previous house. If I go back, I need something that is either this one or one that is like closer here, but that's kind of far away already. Then I have 2 other options that are around here, which are fine, but they are in areas that I don't really like. So kind of complicated. I don't want to go into here to then go to the hospital there because that makes no sense. And specifically because if I live around here, then my insurance is going to be related to this thing, and going to this hospital instead is going to be not really not working together. They don't, I mean, they are fine, but they don't like them. So yeah, it's kind of weird thing. Other than that, not much. There are stuff that are really interesting, like this section of the north of Japan or the north of Tokyo, which is like a lot of greenery and the big river and so on, which has a very interesting pathway and a nice walk in the greenery right there. But there is another one that is like a bit higher. I didn't go to and I wanted to go to. This one. It might be this one, yeah. Somewhere around there. So yeah, everything is kind of the same as you expect it to be in a city. It's just more tightly packed than other cities, but nothing really groundbreaking, at least not for me. But then again, I am bored and blazed most of the times by anything, so I'm unimpressed, I would say, for things because I've seen it. Therefore, it's done. So maybe you would be surprised. I don't know. Maybe you would. Goddamn. All right. Anyways, all that to say, for me, it looks similar. Great. That's working, which was the thing that we were doing. I'm guessing this is something that Phils is going to need to plug in properly tied to the back end. But it's working, which is good. It's a good start. And it's not too hot, and the camera is too hot, so we'll see what we can do. But yeah, no, Japan is pretty cool. But it's not for everyone. That's the thing that I would say. It's a very cool country, but you need to be aware of so many things and so many behaviors that are not your commonly known behaviors, in order to make sure that you are welcome and behaving properly and like not infringing in properties and space and so on. That yeah, that's the thing that is important to know. But I mean, as always, if you just behave as a human, as a good human, usually you kind of fine. You are kind of fine. Interesting behavior. Mhm, mhm. Mhm. Did it just break? It did. God damn. Could just refresh just in case, but no. Yeah. Oh, if only. If only it could be safe and not break its own code, that would be appreciated. Ah, if that's not fixed, I'm gonna have to revert. Cool, that's fixed. Cool. I saw, but wait, it's working now. It's working now. Um, reaction user list, I guess. That's the best thing. Yeah. We'll see. I'm not sure about this section, to be honest. I'm still kind of debating. Um, I think it's fine in 90% of the time because of the size of what it is and how it's displayed. But when you have like your sidebars that are open, you lose that side by side thing, which I mean, it's fine, but not necessarily the best option. One of the things that I changed, by the way, which I don't think Fields is still there, I think Fields is at work now, is the changes of these buttons, meaning that if the channel has something like a pin message right there, then you should have the button slide in as, oh, you have pin message within that section. Like right now, apparently it doesn't pin itself. Um, but you only have that button if there is a pin message. If there is no pin message, then that button doesn't exist, and it doesn't make any sense to have it. So I'm just displaying what is necessary and not the rest, which I think is a good idea. I think this is a good idea. Showing the icon right there is fine, but it's okay. And if you unpin it, you don't have the menu item. So that's, you know, fine system, easy stuff. I feel like it's fine. I feel like it's fine. Anyways, anyways, I am going to send you to someone, and I don't know who just yet. I'll see that in a second. But yeah, I think Kalia's live. I think Finite's live. It's been a while. Finite's probably gonna end stream soon, I guess. Gaia as well. So I'm guess Finite's been a while. Yeah, it makes sense. Doing a lot of OBS stuff as always, which is highly appreciated. So, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciated. We are going to raid. Finite's going to be fine. He's doing a ton of decomposition right now, basically Thanosing in himself into dust within OBS, which is pretty impressive. But if you have a question and I'm not live, please join the Discord, ask there. That would be highly appreciated. If you have a big perfume collection, use perfume. It's neat. If you have a big list of link, use bear. It's clean. And if you're learning Japanese, use can. It is nice. But yeah, I changed the number. If this was stream 40 already, goddamn. So yeah, have a great rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Eat something. Drink something, maybe. You know, be kind to each other, and so on. Morton, hi bye. I hope you're good. And I'll see you all on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time for some reviews and shit. So if you have a product for me to take a look at, prepare that. But yeah, anyways, bye.